Chapter 2093. Rumble. The sky turned a bluish-yellow color. The earth was tremoring violently. This earthquake had affected the entire Tai Chu continent. All types of natural disasters, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and so on began to take place on the boundless continent. Of course, the most severe natural disasters were the earthquakes. The magnitude of the earthquakes varied from place to place, but all of them were catastrophic, resulting in extremely severe consequences. The earth cracked open, the tectonic plates shifted, mountains collapsed, rivers changed course, countless buildings collapsed, and countless living beings perished. All of the living beings on the Yu-Tong Divine City battlefield experienced this the most, and the ground tremored violently. The heavenly human tribe, cultivators flying in the sky, were also not safe. The bluish-yellow gas erupting from the ground was capable of pulverizing their bodies into dust. What's going on? Could this be a killing technique of the heavenly human tribe? Bullsh *T. Have you ever seen a killing technique that doesn't differentiate between friend and foe? That's true. Look to the west. What's that light? Some of the cultivators turned toward the west as they let loose cries of surprise. A bluish-yellow divine light surged through the entire heavens. The night sky had already been enshrouded by the divine light, but it was now as bright as day. Immediately afterward, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. An earthy yellow god with a 9-colored armor draped over his body suddenly appeared at the epicenter of the earthquake. Countless silver stars revolved around his left arm, and he held a boundless star map in his right hand. He suddenly appeared at the epicenter of the earthquake, releasing a boundless, earthly divine light. In the instant that it appeared, all of the living beings were struck by an unprecedented sense of pressure, as if they were facing the wrath of a god, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. What is that thing? It's so terrifying. Is this a real god? However, its aura is countless times more terrifying than that of a normal heavenly god. The heaven-crushing united army was astonished. This god was simply far too powerful. Even though it was so far away, its aura alone was able to affect the entire Central Front. Just how terrifying was this being? I can sense it. This is the power of the earth. Could it be that this god is the heavenly earth god? How could it be? It's not like we haven't seen the heavenly earth god in action before. How did he become so powerful? Obviously, he was forced into a desperate situation and used some kind of trump card. Some returned to void stage mighty figures began to speculate among themselves. When the other powerhouses heard this, although they said they didn't believe it, most of them had already agreed with this statement. If that god was the heavenly earth god, then who is it that had forced it into this situation? Was it the darkness that seemed to want to devour everything? After all, in the previous collision, boundless darkness had completely devoured the greenish-yellow power of the earth. It was clearly Enlin who was chasing after the heavenly yin-yang god. How did it become a battle between earth and darkness? A few intelligent creatures vaguely guessed something, but this guess was just too horrifying and bold, so they didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, a thunderous voice spread throughout the world, as if it was the roar of the heavens. "Enlin, I will kill you today." The divinity angrily shouted, causing all living beings' ears to ring. At the same time, this voice shook their minds, causing them to tremble. These words were like dispelling the clouds and seeing the sun, and it caused all the questions in the hearts of all the living beings to be suddenly cleared up. Enlin. So it really was Enlin. It really was Enlin battling the heavenly earth god. All of the monks, holy martial clan, true demon tribe, and light-wing clan warriors drew sharp intakes of breath with astonishment etched on their faces. Even though it was very difficult to believe, Enlin's true identity was very clear at this moment. Why did Enlin's pursuit of the heavenly yin-yang god become a battle between the power of the earth and the power of darkness? It was most likely because the heavenly earth god had surrounded Enlin and forced Enlin to reveal his true power. This divinity who was unleashing boundless power of the earth, as well as his undisguisable rage and vicious words, further confirmed this point. His identity had been exposed, and Lin was the heavenly darkness god. When this matter was placed in front of everyone's eyes, the shock it gave them was indescribable. The most mysterious paramount heavenly god is sect leader and Lin. No, how could my god and be a heavenly god? I refuse to accept this. I think this is great. He's on our side. We have one less bad *SS enemy and one more bad *SS ally. The higher-ups of the West Sea Alliance clearly told me that he was the super heavenly lightning god. So how did he become the heavenly darkness god? But that's fine too. He seems to be even more bad *SS now. But what if he loses control or suddenly betrays us? After all, he's a heavenly god, not an ordinary being of the Tai Chu continent. He's our enemy. Some people were quite concerned. Will the embodiment of the heavens really stand on our side? The exposure of Enlin's identity made many of the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers very uneasy. The morale of the heaven-crushing United Army was also wavering slightly. At this moment, a voice as clear as the cry of a vermilion bird erupted throughout heaven and earth. What are you suspecting? What are you worried about? Don't forget that Enlin is fighting for the continent with everything he has. He's fighting for all of you, for the sake of victory. Su Xiaolan's words struck the hearts of all the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers like a sledgehammer. That's right. Sect leader Enlin is fighting for his life over there, but we're doubting him. This is outrageous. That's right. Now that I think about it, Enlin has done so much for the Tai Chu continent. He's risked his life for so many times. So what right do we have to worry about him? You don't judge a person by their identity. You have to judge how they act. Countless beings who were still worried about Enlin's identity felt their worries dissipate. So what if he's the heavenly darkness god? All we need to know is that he's on our side. He's still the supreme leader of the heaven-crushing United Army. God and will always be my role model and the #1 war god in my heart. Now that I think about it, it's quite an honor to have the heavenly darkness god as our leader. All right, that's enough. We can't change anything with just words. Let's take action. He's fighting against the most powerful enemy, so how can we slack off? Let's fight. Charge. For the Tai Chu continent. For the sake of victory. All of the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers fought even more ferociously as if they had been injected with stimulants. Enlin's identity had indeed been exposed. However, even if Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, all of the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers still revered him as their leader. Chapter 2094. The exposure of Enlin's identity didn't just affect the heaven-crushing United Army. The heavenly human tribe United Army was also heavily impacted. I knew it. I knew he was darkness. Ha ha ha. The darkness of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Mang's hair was disheveled as he chortled like a deranged maniac. What future of the blood tribe? What blood patriarch? That's all bullsh *T. It's just a baptism by the heavenly Tao. Those who adapt will live, and those who don't will perish, ha ha ha. Emperor Fu Tian's brows furrowed in deep thought. The blood tribe is the most sensitive tribe to life, and it's exactly because of this that the blood tribe reacted so strongly to Enlin's blood. After all, the heavenly darkness god is a perfect life form, so the blood tribe would naturally be enlightened by his blood. In other words, the evolution of life forms has something to do with the heavenly Tao. This emperor, who had been stuck at the Tao integration pinnacle stage for a long time, swallowed as he looked down at the heavenly human tribe United Army. He was suddenly feeling a little thirsty. Aside from that, the powerful beings of the Void Spirit Tribe and the Creation Realm who were subordinates of the heavenly gods were also feeling a little remorseful in their hearts. Why had they pledged allegiance to the heavenly human tribe and fought for the heavenly gods? It was all because they felt like the heavenly human tribe was far too invincible, and the paramount heavenly gods were far too terrifying. As such, the only way out was to curry favor with the heavenly human tribe and hope that the paramount heavenly gods would spare them after destroying the human race. But now, their comrades were dying one after another, and their mighty figures were falling one after another. From a huge advantage that he had no solution to, he kept on losing, and now he was evenly matched. How was this a situation where he could easily win? This was clearly a situation where he could lose his life at any moment. Now, even the heavenly darkness god was on the heaven-crushing United Army side. "Sai Hongdo, do you think it's too late for Grandpa to switch sides now?" Yu-Do spread open his arms to defend himself against the oncoming attacks, with a resigned expression. Hongdo wore a bitter expression. "How are we supposed to switch sides? The battle has already progressed to this point. Will they believe us if we suddenly switch sides? How are we supposed to make them believe us? Based on the fact that you fought alongside Enlin and spent time in jail together?" Yu-Do asked. Hongdo, the bright red stone man, turned his gaze to the direction of the huge god with mixed feelings and sighed with emotion. "Enlin, I really didn't expect that you could grow to such an extent in such a short time. Previously, you said that you don't have the power to decide the direction of the battlefield, but now it seems you really have the strength to dominate the entire battle." Hongdo felt like he was a spectator who only knew how to cheer. No, it was still different from a spectator who only knew how to shout 666, because it could still be beaten to death. "Sai, I've narrowed my own path." Hongdo sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the earthquake, an omnipotent god was staring at a white-robed man. Just the energy gathered from his aura alone was enough to crush a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. And Lin stared at the gigantic god in front of him, and his expression changed quite a bit. The opponent was very strong. When he unleashed his divine Tao of darkness, he had already sensed this absolute pressure. So this is the heavenly earth god's true Tao manifestation? And Lin gripped his evil-slaying sword tightly, and darkness materialized beneath his feet. The heavenly sea god had told him that the paramount heavenly gods would self-detonate once they were forced into a corner. But he didn't tell him that the enhancement effect would be this massive. Even though Enlin had unleashed his divine Tao of darkness, he was still struck by an indescribable sense of asphyxiation in the face of the heavenly earth god's might. And Lin turned toward the heavenly sea god in the distance. His intention was quite clear. "How long are you going to King watch this for?" Prior to this battle, the heavenly sea god had told Enlin that when the heavenly earth god was forced into a corner, he would stand up with Enlin to repel the heavenly earth god. The heavenly sea god blinked as his mind raced. The heavenly earth god's true Tao manifestation had already been forced out, so his most important objective had been achieved. And Lin's combat prowess had suddenly skyrocketed, and he was now able to use the power of the heavenly darkness gods. He had most likely forced out the mystic technique to exchange his life for the power of the heavenly darkness gods. His second objective had also been achieved. And Lin couldn't die. He still had to help him force the other paramount heavenly gods into a corner as well. With this in mind, the heavenly sea god turned toward the heavenly yin-yang god with a benevolent expression. "Yin-yang, it's time for us to attack." "Attack?" The heavenly yin-yang god was given a fright. The heavenly earth god has unleashed his true Tao manifestation. So shouldn't we be keeping our distance? "Idiot!" The heavenly sea god roared with rage. "Do you know how perilous the heavenly earth god's current situation is? A paramount heavenly god will only unleash his true Tao manifestation when he's forced into a corner. At this critical juncture, we can't hold back any longer." The heavenly yin-yang god tapped the cracked divine halo above his head with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Didn't you say that attacking recklessly would harm the heavenly earth god's dignity? Are you stupid? He's even unleashed his true Tao manifestation now, so why would he care about his dignity?" The heavenly sea god's words enlightened the heavenly yin-yang god. All right, heavenly sea god, I'll attack with you. The heavenly yin-yang god's battle intent was ignited. Boom! Two powerful auras erupted forth. The heavenly sea god stepped onto a massive wave and charged toward Lin. A pair of black and white yin-yang wings spread open on the heavenly yin-yang god's back, and he wielded the yin divine saber in one hand and the extreme yang sword in the other as he charged toward Lin with boundless might. And Lin, today is the day you die. The heavenly yin-yang god roared as he slashed his sword and saber toward Lin at the same time. However, what he didn't realize was that the heavenly sea god wasn't as fast as he was, and he was left in the dust. Then he saw a smile appear on Lin's face. A chill ran down his spine when he saw that smile. You really don't learn from your mistakes. A black sword projection suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This was absolute darkness, and it tore through the heavenly yin-yang god's extreme yang sword and yin divine saber like lightning. The heavenly yin-yang god finally recalled just how terrifying the enemy he was facing was. Heavenly sea god, save me! The heavenly yin-yang god yelled in shock and horror. The heavenly sea god slashed a water blade toward Lin's black sword projection. Bam! The two powers collided, and Lin's black sword projection was forced to stop for a split second. However, the water blade was soon engulfed by the black sword projection. What? The heavenly sea god's expression shifted drastically, as if he didn't expect Lin to be so powerful. At this moment, the black sword projection had already struck the heavenly yin-yang god's body, and it tore through the yin divine saber and extreme yang sword before slicing him in half. No, the heavenly yin-yang god's eyes widened with remorse. He shouldn't have provoked Lin. Why would he provoke Lin at a time like this? He would have to be insane to provoke Lin. However, it was too late. The divine halo above his head cracked before shattering into countless specks of light, and his body was engulfed by boundless darkness. The heavenly yin-yang god had been insta-killed by Lin. Chapter 2095. The heavenly sea god hurtled back in retreat to evade Lin's sword projection with shock and rage etched on his face. How dare you, Lin? You dare to kill the heavenly yin-yang god? Lin slowly sheathed his sword with a cold expression. I'll kill anyone who dares to interfere in my battle. Have you two had enough fun? A voice that seemed to be standing at the pinnacle of the heavens erupted beside their ears. Lin and the heavenly sea god both turned toward the gigantic divine being, and their expressions both shifted. The heavenly earth god had said, "You too." Could it have seen something? At this moment, the heavenly earth god's head was in the heavens, and his feet were on the ground. Golden flames burned in his eyes, making him appear as if he were a pair of blazing suns. His 9-colored Tao armor exuded the most powerful Tao intent, and both his aura and the power of the earth were at their peak. Most importantly, at some point in time, densely packed planets of various sizes had appeared behind him. These planets were following him like slaves. Countless rivers of silver stars revolved around his left arm, as well as the boundless star map in his right hand, all of which were exuding peculiar energy, fluctuations that resonated with the planets behind him. A white light flashed through Lin's eyes as he tried to assess the heavenly earth god's current power. However, right at this moment, the heavenly earth god had already extended a finger toward Lin from afar. Rumble! A silvery white river formed from the cores of 99,999 planets erupted from the tip of the finger, lighting up heaven and earth as it crashed into the darkness barrier around Lin's body. The darkness barrier was then forcibly torn apart before crashing into Lin's body, and Lin was struck by an unimaginable force, as if he had really been struck by tens of thousands of planets. Countless crimson veins instantly appeared on his skin, and darkness seeped out from his heart in the blink of an eye to replenish the crimson veins. If it weren't for the fact that darkness had come to his rescue, His divine body would have been shattered in that instant. PFFF. Even though he had reacted in time, and Lin's internal organs were still impacted, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body was forced into the ground by the boundless silvery white river. One strike, just one strike. The heavenly darkness God broke through Lin's darkness defense and smashed him into the ground. The heavenly earth God looked down at the massive hole in the ground with a cold expression, as if he were the most powerful being in the world. Billions of stars are made of matter, and I am the ruler of matter. This is my Tao origin form, the ruler of the stars. The heavenly earth God spread open its arms, and countless stars shimmered incessantly behind it. Power flowed relentlessly into its body, and the accumulated power within its body continued to become more and more profound. It was also at this moment that a deep and pure darkness began to spread out from the hole, and Lin's robe had been torn to shreds, and he transformed into a series of afterimages as he pounced toward the heavenly earth God like a curtain of darkness. Ding! He stabbed his evil-slaying sword into the heavenly earth God's chest, upon which a crisp, melodious sound akin to the playing of a musical instrument erupted, and Lin's pupils contracted slightly. This sword strike had been imbued with the power of his darkness divine Tao, and it would be able to severely wound or even insta-kill a heavenly yin-yang god. However, it was unable to break through the heavenly earth god's armor. Thump! The darkness around his heart suddenly began to pulse, and Lin unleashed his darkness divine Tao again to converge all of his power of the divine Tao into a single point. The darkness emanating from the tip of the sword began to engulf the power of the Tao on the armor, and cracks began to appear on it. It's working! And Lin was ecstatic to see this. At this moment, an extremely vast burst of energy suddenly erupted in the air above, and Lin was greeted by the sight of an earthy yellow palm imbued with boundless star energy hurtling toward him at an extremely terrifying speed. The power encompassed by this palm made it impossible for him to escape. Great Nebula Palm! The heavenly earth god extended his left arm, upon which countless rivers of silver stars revolved around it, before crashing down with a vicious palm. Even the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was flattened and twisted by this palm. It was like it was slapping a mosquito that wanted to suck its blood. It slapped its own chest with one hand. From Lin's perspective, it really did look like a nebula was hurtling toward him. The nebula covered a vast area, and its speed was insanely fast. There was no time for him to evade, and Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword before slashing it toward the great nebula palm, upon which darkness erupted forth. Bam! An earth-shattering palm fell. The nebula exploded. The darkness surging forth from Lin's sword was dispelled, and his body was immediately crushed by the palm, upon which he was flattened like a sandwich between the 9 sets of armor and the palm. Boom! The 9 sets of armor exploded. The heavenly earth god had smashed them into smithereens, and Lin was right at the center, so one could imagine just how terrifying the power he had to endure was. He felt as if his entire body had been crippled by that palm, and he had lost all sensation. Countless substances imbued with top-level essential power crashed into his body in a frenzy, trying to destroy everything about him. So what if it's darkness? As long as my Tao intent and power of the heavenly gods are powerful enough, I can still crush you. The heavenly earth god looked at the nearly crippled Lin, but his right hand continued to spread open the vast star atlas. Realm of stars, for extreme baleful chi, appear. 4 crimson specks of light appeared on the star atlas. Immediately afterward, 4 of the countless stars hovering behind the heavenly earth god tore through space at an extremely fast speed before hurtling toward Lin. A pure golden wave over 1,000,000 feet tall suddenly swept toward him from the distance. Earth, I'm here to help you. The heavenly sea god let loose an explosive roar as divine light erupted from the divine halo above his head. The paramount power of the heavenly gods was several times more powerful than the one he had unleashed against Enlil. The heavenly earth god's expression darkened at the sight of the oncoming heavenly sea god. "Don't cause trouble for me." His voice had only just fallen when the pure golden wave imbued with boundless power crashed down upon Enlin's body. Of course, the heavenly earth god's gargantuan body was even more affected by the massive wave. Due to its size, it was countless times more fearsome than Enlin's attack. Rumble, the golden wave, was imbued with divine Tao battle intent that was capable of crushing all things as it crashed into the heavenly earth god's body, forcing the heavenly earth god to stumble back in retreat before being flipped over by the massive wave. The 4 red stars didn't even have a chance to reach Enlil before they were disrupted by the golden wave. It was also at this moment that darkness suddenly tore through the golden wave and arrived before the heavenly earth god. Evil sword technique, eternal night. The inky black sword blade sliced through all obstacles. Darkness descended, and an extremely sharp blade engulfed everything in its path. The heavenly earth god had shattered his 9-colored Tao armor with a single palm, which essentially stripped him of his defenses. As such, Enlin's attack just so happened to bypass the armor and strike the heavenly earth god's body. Whoosh! The dark divine Tao blade tore through his extremely sturdy divine body before slicing into his body, leaving behind a black wound that was spreading relentlessly. The heavenly earth god roared with rage. Ocean. Chapter 2096. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. The heavenly ocean god hurriedly tried to explain himself with a guilty expression on his face. Enlin's sword strike had wounded the heavenly earth god, and he was just about to unleash another sword strike when one of the planets behind the heavenly earth god suddenly flew toward him. It quickly expanded from over 100 feet in size to over 1,000 feet, over 100,000 feet, over 1,000,000 feet before crashing heavily toward Enlil with the power of extreme frost. Enlil raised his head and slashed his sword toward the oncoming planet, and he felt as if he had struck something extremely dense. Boundless power crashed violently into his already wounded body, and the boundless kinetic energy imbued within the planet threatened to crush everything in its path. He felt as if there really were a planet that had been compressed to the extreme before crashing toward him mercilessly. Enlil didn't even get a chance to slice through the planet before he was sent flying into the distance by the planet. He then crashed heavily into the ground, creating a gargantuan trench in the ground. The heavenly earth god stood up again, and his body shuddered as a greenish-yellow power of earth erupted from his body, dispersing all of the golden liquid. He shot a cold glance at the heavenly sea god, only to find the heavenly sea god cowering into the distance with an apologetic smile on his face. The heavenly earth god ignored him and pounced toward Enlil again. His body was massive, but his movements were extremely agile. He took a single step forward, and his body covered a distance of several hundred kilometers before appearing directly in front of Enlil, upon which he launched an almighty fist toward Enlil, who was being crushed by the planet. The fist crashed down with countless dazzling stars. Great Earth Meteor Fist. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stars crashed down, and the planet above Enlil instantly crumbled. An unimaginably ferocious storm then erupted with boundless destructive power. True planet baptism. The power of this fist was indescribable. The power of the earth was unleashed to the extreme, and the power of the stars crashed relentlessly toward Enlil. The entire earth tremored violently, and the ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers crumbled. Enlil unleashed his divine Tao of darkness to enshroud his entire body, and he trembled like a helpless leaf in the face of the ferocious attacks. He was completely powerless to defend himself. The heavenly sea god's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. Had Enlil been pummeled to death by the heavenly earth god? This paramount heavenly god's ultimate form, true manifestation of Tao, was no joke. Under normal circumstances, Enlil would be able to come out on top against the heavenly earth god. However, Once the heavenly earth god unleashed its true manifestation of Tao, and Lin was instantly the one being bashed without being able to retaliate. The heavenly sea god was just about to charge forward and wreak havoc. Suddenly, 4 red stars appeared around him, releasing a piercingly cold and deep killing intent, giving him a very dangerous feeling. Star region for extreme, baleful chi? These should be the 4 stars with the densest killing intent in the universe. The heavenly earth god had even brought out something like this, and he was using it against me? The heavenly sea god's expression shifted drastically. Brother Earth, have you misunderstood something? The heavenly earth god wore a cold expression, and the flames burning in his eyes threatened to burn the heavenly sea god into ashes. Do you really think I'm an idiot? You set up a trap to kill the heavenly yin-yang god, and now you're trying to stop me from killing Enlin. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The heavenly sea god was a little dazed. Had he still been exposed in the end? The shroud-like darkness dissipated to reveal Enlin, who was riddled with wounds. Enlin felt as if all of his energy had been sapped from the great earth meteor fist, and his entire body was in disarray. It was as if he had been completely crippled. He looked up at the heavenly earth god and the heavenly sea god, and a hint of disappointment welled up in his heart. Sigh. Had his relationship with the heavenly sea god really been exposed? However, this was a good thing. Now that the 2 heavenly gods were fighting, he was in a much safer situation. The heavenly earth god spoke in a cold voice. I don't know why you chose to betray me at a time like this, but are you sure that life and the heavens are right? You traitor. Do you know how much of a calamity you would bring to the heavenly Tao by allying with life and the heavens? Now, in order to kill me, you're even willing to protect Enlin's life. What a grand scheme. The heavenly sea god. Enlin. What? I haven't been exposed? Enlin was dumbstruck. From what the heavenly earth god had said, it seemed like the heavenly earth god had only guessed that the heavenly sea god had allied with life and the heavens, so he was using him. What a good move to throw the blame across the mountain. Of course, this was indeed the truth. However, the friendship between Enlin and the heavenly sea god would be safe. Sigh. A grief-stricken expression appeared on the heavenly sea god's face. Earth, how can you not believe me? I really am on your side. The heavenly earth god turned away from the heavenly sea god. If you dare to stop me from killing Enlin, I'll kill you right now. He charged toward Enlin again as he spoke. Enlin's expression shifted drastically, and he didn't even get a chance to heave a sigh of relief before he yelled, Oi! The heavenly sea god is a traitor! Kill him! Why the F***CK? Are you hitting me? The heavenly sea god's eyelids twitched. The heavenly earth god's aura surged into the heavens as he continued to throw punches toward Enlin. You forced me to reveal my true Tao form, so of course I'm going to let you enjoy it first. Enlin almost cursed out loud upon hearing this. Why was he still so rational at a time like this? Shouldn't he be bashing whoever he saw? The sound of space exploding erupted. The heavenly earth god's gargantuan body instantly appeared before Enlin, and his left arm, which was intertwined with countless silver galaxies, extended again. He clenched his fist, and a vast amount of stardust converged on his fist, as if it were a boundless nebula. Great nebula fist. The heavenly earth god's fist once again struck Enlin with the feeling that there was nowhere for him to evade. Enlin discovered that ever since the heavenly earth god had unleashed his true Tao form, he was unable to evade any of his attacks. It was like the earth beneath the feet of countless living beings. No matter where they were, they would always be subjected to gravitational force. How could a single person possess the power to transcend beyond this boundless earth? Perhaps this was one of the special characteristics of the heavenly earth god's true Tao form. This attack could not be evaded. The great nebula fist had almost crippled Enlin. Now, the great nebula fist was even more terrifying, and it was most likely going to pulverize his entire body into dust. and Lin gritted his teeth and forcibly activated the power of the darkness divine Tao within his body again as he slashed his sword toward the heavenly earth god's nebula fist. Pure darkness transformed into the most offensive sword projection, which clashed with the massive silver nebula fist. Heaven and earth instantly fell deathly silent. However, his darkness was soon broken by the heavenly earth god's nebula fist. There was nothing that could be done. From a fundamental standpoint, the two of them were actually on the same level of power. However, the heavenly earth god had unleashed an even more extreme power, thereby crushing Lin in terms of quantity. The darkness didn't even get a chance to devour much of the power of the earth before it was blasted apart by the pure and terrifying power of the earth. The result was as one could imagine. After the devastating fist projection exploded, and Lin was pummeled into the ground and all of his muscles and bones were shattered, creating an extremely wretched sight to behold. He had truly been forced into a corner by the heavenly earth god's true Tao form, and Lin stood up with great difficulty at the very center of the crater in the ground. His vision was a little blurry, and his eyes were completely red due to the injuries they had sustained. His enemy was in a very good condition, but he was completely drained of energy and severely wounded. What else was there? What other power could break out of this situation? Chapter 2097. Under these circumstances, and Lin couldn't even run away. The heavenly earth god was simply too powerful. He had to become more powerful in order to secure victory. And Lin still had one final trump card, which was to sacrifice his own life force in order to elevate his power explosively again. However, he had already made up his mind not to use that technique again. He had already lost 3/5 of his life force, and if he continued to use it, he really would die. Boom, boom, boom! The heavenly earth god made his way toward Lin, and the earth tremored with each step he took, creating a series of gargantuan craters. He looked down at Lin with his starry eyes, as if he were a god looking down at an ant. Let's continue. And Lin, your end is here. The heavenly earth god tossed the star map in his hand. Heavenly star attraction. Dazzling starlight began to erupt from the floating stars behind him. A terrifying gravitational force pulled Lin's body toward the heavenly earth god. This gravitational pull was so strong that even light could not escape its pull. At the same time, Lin's power had been completely sealed during this process, and he was unable to use any of his own power. The heavenly earth god was going to kill Lin. He couldn't give up. He couldn't give up on any opportunity. And Lin calmed down at this moment. Time suddenly began to pass by very slowly, and his storage ring began to glow with a faint light. Heavenly god technique, heavenly jade wave, a boundlessly majestic voice suddenly sounded. Raging waves roared, and a boundless ocean surged. Green waves surged violently in the sky, and it looked as if the entire sky had been transformed into a rotating green ocean that was crashing down upon the earth. Extreme pressure imbued with the power of the ocean crashed down upon the heavenly earth god's body. Rumble. The heavenly earth god's body swayed from the force of the ocean, and he let loose an earth-shattering roar of rage. Heavenly sea god, you're courting death. And Lin's body was finally freed for a short period of time. He immediately pulled out a huge disc from his storage ring. At the same time, the Hongmeng Divine Shuttle, puppet heart of 10,000 incarnations, red dancing divine sword, infernal dragon saber bone, necromancy divine scepter, extreme godly heavenly saber, chaos armor, black origin divine spear, and extreme star appeared. 9 life origin plate activate. 9 types of peak divine powers with different characteristics started to merge in a unique way, creating a brand new power that quickly overflowed from the Yuan board. It was like water and mist at the same time. Sometimes it was purple, sometimes it was golden, and sometimes it was a mixture of purple and gold. It came from nothingness and was born from the primordial chaos, as if it had transcended heaven and earth, and Lin knew that this was grand mist energy. one of the most original powers in the universe. He unleashed his full power from the get-go to activate the 9-life vital disk, and the purplish-golden vital energy transformed into a sharp blade that sliced through the 9-colored armor that had been completely repaired by the heavenly earth god. Sizzle, the sound of liquid being vaporized, erupted. The purplish-golden saber blade quickly sliced into the heavenly earth god's armor, and the armor, which was imbued with the paramount Tao intent, twisted and melted before being slowly stripped away from this world. In the end, it was completely erased from this world. Not only was the purplish-golden blade able to pierce through the heavenly earth god's defenses, but it was also able to affect the armor around the gash. It was as if scorching flames had transformed into a blade that sliced into a tree trunk. Not only was it able to carve out a gash, but it was also able to incinerate all of the nearby trees. In the blink of an eye, a gash of over 100 feet in size had been sliced into the 9-colored Tao armor. The heavenly earth god was just about to lash out at the heavenly sea god when he was given a fright by the power of Enlin's treasure. He had initially planned to attack the heavenly sea god, but he turned his attention to Enlin again as the power of the 9-life vital disk struck him with a hint of danger. At this moment, Enlin had already sliced open the heavenly earth god's body with his purplish-golden primordial saber. The blade, materialized from primordial energy, was extremely powerful, and there was no way that it would be able to withstand its power. However, its only flaw was that the area of effect was far too small. To the heavenly earth god, this small wound was not even enough to scratch an itch. The heavenly earth god couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Enlin slicing open a small piece of its skin with his purplish-golden primordial saber. Enlin, so that's all you've got. He was just about to finish off this ant with a single punch when he saw Enlin devour the piece of flesh that had been sliced open in a disgusting manner. The heavenly earth god was originally still maintaining his high and mighty expression, but he was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this. Was this Enlin a freak? He was eating its flesh. That's right. Enlin had taken every opportunity to unleash his primordial energy attack on the heavenly earth god in order to dig out a piece of its flesh and eat it. Why? It was because of the system mission. This was a mission that he had deemed to be impossible to complete a long time ago, but he had finally taken this opportunity to complete it. This was also one of his hidden trump cards. System cultivation realm mission. Tao integration stage condition fulfilled. Eat a piece of the paramount heavenly god's flesh. Enlin knew that the 9-life vital disk wouldn't be able to kill the heavenly earth god, but he could think of a way to use the 9-life vital disk to complete the system mission. Gulp. Enlin swallowed the heavenly earth god's flesh before hurtling back in retreat. This piece of flesh didn't taste like meat. Instead, it felt like a rock, and after swallowing it, he felt as if he had swallowed an entire continent. The terrifying sense of fullness was threatening to make his stomach explode in the next second. Thankfully, his power of the divine Tao of darkness was in his heart, which was able to repress and digest this power. The heavenly earth god was currently using his true form of Tao, which was the most fundamental form of his body. In other words, its current physical body was actually its most fundamental Tao. By swallowing the heavenly earth god's flesh, Enlin had actually swallowed the heavenly earth god's most fundamental Tao. The heavenly earth god's paramount, heavenly god true intent also exploded within Enlin's body in an unbridled manner, destroying everything within his body. Enlin was severely wounded again, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. The heavenly earth god was ecstatic upon seeing Enlin throw up blood. Have you been beaten senseless by me? Each and every piece of my flesh is imbued with enough energy to destroy an entire planet. Yet you're swallowing it like this. Are you trying to commit suicide? Enlin knew that doing this would be the same as swallowing a nuclear bomb. However, he had no other choice. He could only fight. Finally, just as his stomach was about to explode, the divine Tao of darkness within his body finally began to stir. It was frantically devouring the paramount heavenly earth god's power, a upon which its body also began to change, as if it were undergoing some kind of baptism. Not only had it received a terrifying increase in quantity, but it had also gained a hint of eternity. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. You will now break through to the Tao integration stage. Chapter 2098. The power of the earth within and Lin's body was still churning violently. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, and his entire body shuddered. Thump! A heartbeat sounded. It came from within his body. It then spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. It was as if the entire heaven and earth had tremored in response. The terrifying power of the earth within and Lin's body was instantly engulfed by the darkness, as if it had never existed in the first place. At this moment, the heavenly earth god's fist was already crashing down upon him like a massive divine mountain. However, Enlin stood rooted to the spot, as if he had forgotten to dodge. Great nebula fist! The heavenly earth god's fist fell viciously, and the countless silver nebulas enshrouding his fist instantly exploded before engulfing Enlin's body. The heavenly earth god didn't even have a chance to celebrate before a sense of horror welled up in his heart. No, I didn't hit him. The flames in the heavenly earth god's eyes became even brighter, and he was able to see through the nebula to see what was happening within. However, he discovered that Enlin was like an invisible black shadow, and the fist and energy both passed through his body without striking him at all. In the blink of an eye, Enlin's body disappeared again. In the next instant, he appeared in the air over 500 kilometers away with a single hand plunged into the heavens. Something's not right. The heavenly earth god's expression became extremely grave. How could Enlin's aura be? The heavenly sea god's eyes also widened. Enlin's aura had already disappeared. To put it more accurately, he no longer existed in the form of a life form. Each and every one of his breaths was like the breath of the heavens, and it could affect the rhythm of all things on this continent. An extremely pure darkness began to appear from the spot where Enlin had plunged into the heavens. The darkness was spreading at an incredible speed, and the entire battlefield had been plunged into darkness in the blink of an eye before continuing to expand outward. It was like a black hole that could engulf everything between heaven and earth. Even the concept of heaven and earth had become blurry, and everything had become pure darkness for all eternity. What's going on? Why is there no light in the sky? All of the living beings in Yutong City let loose cries of surprise. Isn't this too much of a scam? Some experts widened their eyes, and their bodies couldn't help but shiver. The darkness in the sky was too pure. Apart from darkness, nothing else could exist. Just by looking at it, it was as if the entire existence would be absorbed by the darkness. Don't be afraid. This is the darkness released by sect leader Enlin. Yes, this is used to kill enemies. Let's continue fighting. The soldiers of the heaven-crushing army yelled. However, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, betraying their current state. This was an instinctive fear, not an emotional fear. It was as if a great terror was about to descend from the sky, and they could only watch. The darkness covered millions of li, but this was far from the end. It was still expanding endlessly as if there was no end to it. It would only end when everything returned to nothingness. A peculiar melody began to reverberate throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, capable of intoxicating every living being within its melody. At the same time, the emotions of eternal darkness that it released were also sensed by all living beings. This emotion was imperceptibly promoting the beauty of darkness. Everything returned to nothingness, but everything remained eternal. Countless living beings were struck by the same thought in that instant. It seemed like being immersed in darkness wasn't a bad thing after all. At the summit of the divine tree in the white nectar sea, an exquisitely beautiful woman with long, dark green hair suddenly stood up, and an expression of shock appeared on her face as she looked up at the darkness in the sky. This is the true voice of the heavenly Tao, and it's the true voice of the heavenly Tao that encompasses the entire continent. Could it be that the heavenly Tao of darkness is about to become complete? Sky, are you there? What's going on? A massive head constructed from clouds and mist appeared in the sky with a blank expression. I don't know. Everything in the heavenly Tao is serving Enlil. Even Enlil has taken control of the sky. At this moment, darkness is the ruler. The heavenly life goddess, within the cabin of life. A satisfied smile appeared on Nua's face. My Tao power is about to transform. Hurry up and activate the 4th stage of mending the heavens. Tao power replenishment. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Hongling wore a solemn expression as he manipulated a massive sand table. The pillar of white light rising into the sky began to transform as he manipulated the sand table. At the same time, the pillar of white light rising into the sky above the Tai Chu continent's purple star state was also transforming. Purple star state, land of eternal light. Darkness had already spread to this point, obscuring the entire sky. Our 3rd heavenly disciple has become even more powerful. Cyril was followed by countless projections of terrifying fiend celestial beings, and he chortled with glee. Why are you always bullying me, Light? Why don't you fight the darkness if you dare? Aren't you 2 sworn enemies? Before Cyril stood an extremely holy and radiant goddess, as if she were the embodiment of all hope in this world. There was a hint of confusion on her dark face. When darkness appears, it should return to the heavens. Why do I feel so uneasy? It's as if this darkness is separated from the heavens. She stopped her battle with Cyril and looked up into the boundless darkness. Within the heaven-crushing glazed palace, Chin Chin stood silently at the core of the spell formation. His spotless realm expanded to block all of the attacks from the 4 heavenly gods. He didn't even bother to look at their attacks as he stared at the darkness in the sky with his clear eyes. Enlil, welcome to the final stage. The darkness spread like a black cloth, enshrouding the entire Tai Chu continent, allowing all living beings to experience what true darkness was. Within Qin Shi City, both the cultivators and the heavenly human tribe were shocked by the sudden appearance of darkness. They didn't understand what was happening, and some of them even thought that the end of the world had arrived. Chang Yi, who was in the process of pursuing the heavenly gods, saw that her moon had been enshrouded in darkness and her connection to the moon had been severed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Humph, what a violent bastard. Without the moon to decorate the night, it'll be very dull. Why can't he understand? Within the territory of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect in the kingdom of the 9 states, the little red flower raised its head with a thoughtful expression. Master, on the central battlefield, the invincible heavenly earth god had completely given up on attacking Enlil at the center of the darkness. It had a strong feeling that if it were to attack Enlil now, it would suffer an extremely fearsome backlash, and it might even perish. It couldn't disrupt the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was conferring godhood upon Enlil. Chapter 2099. Enlil was in a very peculiar state. He opened his eyes to discover that there were no whites left in his eyes. Instead, they had all become black, and his field of vision was pitch black, as if he couldn't see anything at all. However, he felt like he could sense everything in this world. It was as if he could sense everything between heaven and earth if he wanted to understand it. He could see Su Xiaolan looking at him with a concerned expression. He could see his friends and comrades fighting a bloody battle in the Wind Plain state. He could see the heavenly light goddess using photons to analyze his state of darkness. What kind of feeling is this? What a strange feeling. He didn't know how to describe it. If he had to describe it, there was one word that was more appropriate. That was he was omnipotent. However, there was a prerequisite. That was he had to abandon his past as a human. He had to sever all of his beast pets and servants, as well as all of his memories with all of his acquaintances. He had to become one with heaven and earth and become the heavenly Tao. Omniscience, omnipotence. What a tempting power! And Lin murmured to himself in a calm and ethereal voice. Heaven and earth changed color at his words. An entire dark sky trembled in response. He could experience that feeling now. He could control everything and transcend the natural order of life. This was an extremely wonderful feeling, and every single cell in his body was jumping with joy. All of them yearned to forever remain in that state of the heavenly Tao. This was a type of ultimate evolution, an absolute sublimation. And Lin's choice to become the heavenly Tao seemed to be the most correct one. The most correct choice? Becoming the heavenly Tao is indeed wonderful. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Ordinary mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, transcending their tribulations to the Tao integration stage, were all earth-shattering events. However, it was exceptionally quiet when it came to Enlin. Heaven and earth had fallen silent, and everything was waiting for Enlin to make a decision. This decision seemed to be the key to whether or not Enlin's tribulation transcendence would succeed. But Enlin smiled, and his smile was imbued with a prideful sense of defiance. Why should I have to abandon everything in order to become the heavenly Tao? Only children make choices. I'm already an adult. I want everything. And Lin's voice fell, and heaven and earth fell into a momentary silence. This answer caused the heavenly Tao to pause for a moment. The heavenly earth god and the heavenly sea god's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the white-robed man. This Enlin, was he crazy? Where did his confidence come from? They really dared to choose. Su Xiaolan seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the darkness in the distance and revealed a beautiful smile. Rumble. For the first time, a thunderous sound came from the dark and tranquil sky. It was as if the wrath of the heavens was about to descend upon the frail man. And Lin spread his arms wide and roared at the sky. Come on. No matter what tribulation it is, I can withstand it. The sky continued to rumble, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. It was obvious that it was furious. The heavenly Tao wanted to become a god, but Enlin actually rejected it. How could it not be furious? The darkness suddenly split open, and a dark divine seal appeared from the crack. Like a bolt of heavenly lightning, it crashed down and exploded on Enlin's body. Divine punishment has descended. The heavenly sea god let loose a cry of surprise. The heavenly earth god's eyes lit up. If he were to piss off the heavens like this, he would definitely suffer a backlash, even if this was the heavenly darkness god. It would be best if Enlin perished from this backlash. That would save him a lot of trouble. As the energy exploded, Enlin's blood-curdling cries also erupted. His cries were filled with pain and agony, and the heavenly earth god felt as if he had heard the voice of a celestial being. However, as he listened, he realized that something was off. Why did this sound feel a little good? The heavenly earth god turned toward Enlin again, upon which an inky black divine seal appeared behind him, exuding an extremely terrifying power. How could this be? He absorbed the divine seal? Right at this moment, another earth-shattering boom erupted, and another divine seal tore through the darkness like a bolt of heavenly lightning before crashing viciously into Enlin's fist. Enlin's pained but exhilarated voice sounded again. Immediately afterward, a peculiar divine seal constructed from black lines appeared on his fist, upon which his aura became even more powerful. Boom! The divine seal continued to descend, smashing into his chest, and then remaining on his body, causing his strength to increase by a few more notches. The heavenly earth god was completely dumbstruck. He felt like things weren't progressing the way he had imagined them to. Wasn't he supposed to infuriate the heavenly Tao and unleash divine punishment? This divine seal didn't look like it was punishing an enemy. This was clearly funding his enemy and helping him become more powerful. Perhaps it was because it was also a paramount heavenly god that had some connection to the heavenly Tao, But the heavenly earth god suddenly understood what the heavenly Tao was really thinking. And Lin was demanding an exorbitant price. He wanted both his status as a human and the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was going to give him a taste of what it felt like to have both of them. The heavenly earth god was dealt a second blow. His entire body was like a lemon. Why? Why does the heavenly Tao favor darkness so much? One dares to demand, and the other dares to give. What's wrong with the heavenly Tao? The heavenly earth god was a little dazed. The heavenly sea god was even more astonished, and he almost fell into a state of deep self-doubt. What was going on? Hadn't Enlil obtained the power of darkness by sacrificing his life? Why was he becoming more powerful now? And it looked like he was making a breakthrough. Could it be that the power of darkness he had just used was just his normal power? Had the heavenly sea god been scared by his own speculation? How could Enlil be so powerful? This was clearly an incomplete heavenly god of darkness. And now he was even more powerful. Who could stop him now? The heavenly sea god was panicking, but he couldn't do anything. So he could only transmit his voice to Enlil. Go, brother Enlil. Don't worry about your safety. I'll protect you even if I have to give up my life. Enlil ignored the heavenly sea god's words. He was trying his best to absorb the power of each and every divine seal. He could feel that his divine Tao of darkness was being perfected and reaching a new peak. These divine seals were all blessings bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao. For normal mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, they would be considered to have successfully progressed to the Tao integration stage after receiving the approval of the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, Enlil didn't need the approval of the heavenly Tao at all. He was the heavens. He had to walk his own path as long as he was acknowledged by the heavens. Not only did Enlil not suffer a calamity like this, which should have been punished by the heavens, he even received one powerful divine seal after another. That's right, the heavens were bestowing upon Enlil the title of a god, and these divine seals were the cornerstones of his ascension. 1 hour later, Enlil had fused countless divine seals of darkness together to form a chaotic vortex that revolved endlessly behind him. He opened his eyes, and his pupils returned to their original black and white state. His lips parted slightly. From this day forth, I am darkness. I, Enlil, am the paramount heavenly god. His voice reverberated throughout the entire continent and into the ears of countless living beings. It's too dark. Enlil waved a hand toward the sky, and the curtain of darkness that struck fear into the hearts of countless living beings within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers instantly disappeared. At that moment, Enlil had successfully progressed to the Tao integration stage. Chapter 2100. Billions of living beings were astonished upon hearing Enlil's words. Even the heaven-crushing sect United Army, who had been mentally prepared for this, were extremely astonished. Sect leader Enlil admitted it himself. This must be the official announcement of his identity. Sect leader Enlil's style of broadcasting to the entire world really does suit him. God and his bad asterisk, SS. God and his invincible. The heaven-crushing sect United Army revered Enlil very much, and they were quite elated to hear this news. The tens of millions of living beings in the West Sea Alliance were extremely astonished. What? Our backer, Enlil, is the heavenly darkness god? Humph. It must be fake. He lied to us that he was the heavenly lightning god, and now he's saying he's the heavenly darkness god? Does he think we're that gullible? The darkness of heaven and earth belongs to him. It can't be fake this time. What do we do? I'm starting to panic. That's the heavenly darkness god. Just the name alone sounds evil. Why did we choose to follow him? The heavenly light god sounds very righteous. Why don't you go follow her? Let's see if she kills you first. A beautiful mermaid with fair and supple skin lay on a colorful bubble and looked up into the sky with reverence and anticipation on her face. As expected, Big Boss and is the heavenly darkness goddess. Now that I'm the heavenly water goddess and Big Boss is the heavenly darkness goddess, it feels even better. At the thought of this, the mermaid princess blushed, and she covered her burning cheeks with her fair hands. On the eastern front of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army. Our celestial court's war god is the heavenly darkness god? Holy F asterisk CK. A cultivator can become the heavens? Nonsense. He's the heavens to begin with. He's just regaining his identity now. No wonder Enlin can even control heavenly tribulations. So it's his own divine lightning. Looks like Enlin's battle is quite intense. He's even forced to reveal his own identity. I suspect that he's become a lot more powerful. Ha ha ha. This is a blessing for the celestial court and the entire human race. Our enemies have paramount heavenly gods, but so do we. This emperor is very happy right now. After a brief moment of shock, everyone fell into ecstasy. Most of them trusted Enlin very much. They knew that even if Enlin was the heavenly darkness goddess, he wouldn't betray them. After all, Enlin had done many things for the human race in the past, and they remembered all of it. This was an absolute sense of identity and belonging. How could this be? Why would the paramount heavenly gods side with the humans? No, this has to be fake. The heavenly karma god yelled with rage and confusion on his face. Empyrean god Black Mist, who was in the midst of fleeing, stuck his head out. His eyes shone brightly on his delicate face. At this moment, in the 10,000 spirits immortal sect, all of the 4-9 immortal sect members were already in high spirits. Holy shit, Big Brother and is the heavenly darkness goddess, so I'm the #1 steed of the paramount heavenly gods. How awesome, Woof! Dubai wagged his snowy white tail with excitement. Master has the strength to uproot mountains, and his might is unparalleled. He has crushed the heavens and destroyed the heavens. You can't even count the number of heavenly gods that have fallen by his hands. Who would have thought that he would be a heavenly god himself? Shui Zhantian flapped his snowy white wings and sighed with emotion. What do I do now? I, Shui Zhantian, swear that I will destroy all of the heavens in the 9 heavens, but Master is also the heavens. What a 4-word idiom! 4-word idiom! 4-word idiom! Su Qianyun blinked her enchanting blue eyes. Big Sister Chang, E has become the moon, and classmate Enlin has become the heavens. That's really impressive. From now on, will there be people protecting me wherever I go? And Lin. Bai Ling pursed her lips and lowered her gaze. So that's how it is. No wonder I have this feeling toward him. He's darkness within the central region of the Tai Chu continent. And Lin stood silently in the sky, dispelling the darkness over the entire continent with a wave of his hand. The heavenly earth god and the heavenly sea god were both astonished by the sight of this. The phenomena between heaven and earth completely disappeared. The tribulation transcendence was over, and Lin's aura became even more profound and ethereal. The heavenly sea god felt like he could see through Enlin even more. Did Enlin make another breakthrough? He successfully progressed to the Tao integration stage. The heavenly sea god didn't even know what to say. Why was he so flustered in the face of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? He could kill any Tao integration stage super mighty figure with a casual slap. This was definitely a fake Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Upon closer inspection, Enlin didn't actually look much different from before. The only difference was that his long black hair was a little more elegant, and there was a divine seal revolving behind him like a chaotic black vortex. Aside from that, there didn't seem to be any other changes. Heavenly darkness god, it's still not too late if you choose to stand with us. The heavenly earth god roared with rage at Enlin in the distance. He had discovered that the heavenly Tao had concluded its business here, and he could now attack Enlin. Enlin suddenly chuckled at the sight of the extremely mighty being before him. Are you scared? The heavenly earth god faltered slightly upon hearing this before flared up with rage. You think I'm scared of you? We're both paramount heavenly gods, so why would I be scared of you? I'm still in my true form, and if it weren't for the heavenly Tao— He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before Enlil suddenly appeared before the heavenly earth god, and he clenched his fist before launching an almighty fist toward his chest. Darkness exploded forth from his fist at this moment. The darkness divine Tao he unleashed this time was even purer than the one he had unleashed in the past. Furthermore, it was imbued with a sense of perfection and eternity, and it was extremely vast and boundless. Boom! The heavenly earth god's 9-colored Tao armor was shattered by a single punch. The huge fist formed by the power of darkness continued forward, smashing into the other party's chest. Then it blasted open a huge hole tens of thousands of meters wide. Ah, the heavenly earth god was wounded again. This time he let loose an involuntary wail of pain, and his body stumbled back in retreat. It was quite clear that his essence had been wounded, and Lin's full-force attack had only been able to puncture the heavenly earth god's armor, which wasn't even enough to tickle him. However, this time, Enlin's punch was able to shatter both his armor and his body. This power was simply out of this world. Enlin's power of darkness has become complete. The heavenly sea god's mind went completely blank upon seeing this, and only after a few seconds did he murmur to himself. He could sense that Enlin's power of darkness was incomplete, which was why he was confident that he could control Enlin. But now, Enlin's power of darkness was flawless no matter how he looked at it, and it was exuding an aura of eternity. This was definitely the power of darkness in its most perfect form. As such, even if the heavenly earth god was in his most powerful state, it was still hard to say who would emerge victorious. Chapter 2101. Heavenly Earth God, do you still not understand the situation you're in? Enlil looked at the massive god before him with a calm smile. In my eyes, you're no longer powerful. After saying that, the chaotic, dark vortex behind him quickly gushed out darkness, forming a dark feather robe that seemed to be able to intimidate the minds of living beings. The heavenly earth, God's body faltered, and boundless power of the earth erupted forth, making heaven and earth tremor violently. Enlil, don't think that you're invincible now. The fact that you can wound me only means that you have the right to fight me. He waved a hand through the air, and the star Atlas rose into the sky before completely fusing together. All of the boundless stars in the sky resonated with the heavenly earth god in that instant, upon which dazzling starlight erupted before transforming into boundless power of stars that fell from the sky toward Enlil. Boom! An unimaginable sealing power crashed down upon Enlin's body. This was the power of the entire starry sky. I am the ruler of all the stars in this universe. Great starry sky suppression. The heavenly earth god unleashed a crushing force upon Enlil, and boundless power of stars crashed down upon Enlin's body like a torrential downpour of stars, shattering the space around him and causing the earth to wither away. An attack of this caliber could instantly insta-kill a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The darkness around Enlin's body seeped out from his divine seal at the instant the heavenly earth god attacked, enveloping his entire body. It was impossible to see how thick the darkness was, but it was able to completely engulf and erase all of the outside power. Enlil looked up at the dazzling starlight falling from the sky, and it was an extremely spectacular sight, as if all of the stars in the universe were targeting him in order to suppress him. If he were a normal Tao integration stage super mighty figure, he would have pissed his pants a long time ago. However, his expression remained calm and gentle, as if he were enjoying the scenery. If that's all you've got, then I'm going to have to keep bullying you. Enlil smiled. The heavenly earth god's eyes widened. Moon, come. The star's moon and stars were all material objects that were under its jurisdiction. It was going to use all of its power to kill Enlil. Rumble, a brilliant white light erupted from the full moon. right at this moment in the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent that was extremely far away from the battlefield. Chang'e raised her beautiful face and looked at the bright moon in the sky. "You want to borrow my power? No way." She swept a sleeve through the air to sever her connection with the heavenly earth god. Wherein Lin was, the full moon that had just bloomed with light suddenly withered. "What?" The heavenly earth god's eyes widened, and Lin seemed to understand something and laughed. "The moon goddess doesn't seem to care about you. Are you worthy of the moon?" The heavenly earth god. The heavenly earth god was truly enraged. He had always been a high and mighty being, and when had he ever been humiliated like this? Flames of rage erupted from his eyes, as if he were going to incinerate everything in this world. Immortal young eyes, superstar explosion. Boom! A star suddenly exploded in front of Enlin. A light that was countless times more dazzling than the sun bloomed. Accompanying this was an explosion of energy that was countless times more terrifying than that of the sun. This was a temperature that could twist and melt space and time, as well as countless different types of energy that could annihilate everything around it. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were going to be torn apart and reduced to ashes. And Lin's perfect darkness defense began to crack for the first time in the face of this attack. His chest was instantly charred black, and his brows furrowed deeply upon seeing this. It was also at this moment that the heavenly earth god's fist descended upon Enlin before the energy from the superstar explosion had even dissipated, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Enlin was no pushover, and he stomped a foot into the air. Countless black spikes suddenly erupted from the ground like swords and spears before puncturing the heavenly earth god's armor and body. If a normal heavenly god were to be attacked by darkness of this magnitude, the darkness would be able to engulf them into nothingness. However, the heavenly earth god was different. The paramount heavenly gods of earth could combat the power of darkness. The heavenly earth god let loose a muffled groan, and his fist continued to fall. Boom! The fist projection exploded. The already cracked darkness defense was smashed apart by the terrifying force, and Lin flew through the air as if he had been crushed by a small continent. The boundless power of the earth crashed into his body in a frenzy, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Ha ha ha! That's more like a battle. A black sword intent suddenly connected heaven and earth, slicing the massive fist in half. And Lin strode through the darkness toward the heavenly earth god with his evil-slaying sword in hand. Dragon Origin Star. The heavenly earth god waved a hand through the air, and a star behind him suddenly crashed toward Lin. The star was entirely azure in color, and it was exuding an eternal aura. And Lin's expression shifted slightly. He could sense an aura that was identical to that of the main star in the azure dragon's domain. Could it be that this was the same type of star? The eternal aura imbued within the star, as well as the essential true intent of the azure dragon, had also been released from the star. Could it be that the power of a planet was also the same? Just as these thoughts were running through in Lin's mind, the Dragon Origin Star was already crashing down upon him. At that moment, and Lin felt as if he could see a massive azure dragon extending its razor-sharp claws toward him. And Lin slashed his sword toward the oncoming star, and the extremely dense energy imbued within the star exploded forth, making his black sword tremor and almost give way to his divine Tao of darkness. Break through! And Lin slashed his evil-slaying sword down viciously, and the star before him was finally sliced in half. He could even hear the anguished wail of the azure dragon as the star fell. However, before he even had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, scorching essential flames suddenly rose up from the ground below, as if a vermilion star had risen into the sky. Dark water filled the sky above his head, and a blue star fell from the sky. Killing intent soared into the heavens from behind him as the golden star crashed toward him with the essential power of slaughter. Red Sparrow, Black Tortoise, War Tiger. The heavenly earth god let loose an explosive roar, and 3 stars that were as fearsome as the dragon origin star converged upon Enlil from 3 sides. Dark realm black star. Enlil turned around, and his evil-slaying sword drew a circle around his body, upon which darkness proliferated in a frenzy to form a constantly expanding dark star. From a distance, it looked as if 3 immensely powerful stars were crashing toward the black star in the center, creating an unimaginably spectacular spectacle. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering booms erupted. Shock waves wreaked havoc upon everything. Flames, killing intent, and dark water filled the entire area within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, crushing everything in a frenzy. This was the scene of a collision between 2 of the most powerful planets in the universe, and it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. The black star tremored violently, and it was almost destroyed by the 3 stars, but it managed to hold on. After stabilizing itself, it continued to expand outward in an attempt to engulf the 3 stars. Right at this moment, the 4 stars imbued with crimson energy instantly shrank to countless times their original size before connecting into a straight line. They were like lethal arrows imbued with extreme power of all matter in the universe as they pierced directly into the darkness. Realm of Stars Baleful 4. This was the killing technique that the heavenly earth god had prepared to keep the heavenly sea god in check. Now he was using it against Enlil with his full power. The crimson arrow was peerlessly sharp, and it tore through the black planet violently before stabbing into Enlil's chest, which was at the center of the planet. Then the crimson arrow pierced through everything and even the planet's core, forming a lethal crimson line. Everything had happened far too quickly. There had been almost no time lag between the realm of stars baleful for being unleashed and piercing through the core of the planet. An unimaginably excruciating pain erupted from Enlil's chest, and the most extreme killing intent radiated from his wound, destroying his bodily functions in a frenzy. This was a baleful aura that could annihilate an entire planet, and it was unimaginably terrifying. Chaotic dead star. The heavenly earth god made a peculiar divine seal, and a massive rift appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens. The aura of chaos and death descended, instantly filling the entire sky with a suffocating aura. There's still a technique? Enlil was truly astonished. Did the heavenly earth god not even have time to catch his breath after unleashing one technique after another? There were still a dozen or so black spikes sticking out of his body, so why wasn't he pulling them out? Enlil naturally couldn't afford to let his guard down. He unleashed his divine Tao of darkness to violently slice off the red arrow, and he had no time to repair his wound before charging toward the heavenly earth god. At this moment, the other 3 stars were already on the brink of collapse. Enlil had already charged out from the dark star, and he tossed a black particle toward the heavenly earth god. Heaven-crushing technique, dark Tao seed. The dark particle unleashed an energy that struck fear into the hearts of all things between heaven and earth, as if it were going to bring an end to the heavenly Tao. It started from the tiniest point, erupted with the most powerful force, and engulfed everything before returning to the tiniest point. Just like how the creation of the Tai Chu continent began from nothingness, everything would return to nothingness after its destruction. Even the heavenly Tao would return to nothingness. This was the true essence of the dark Tao seed. This was a top-tier technique of the heaven-crushing sect, and it was also a pinnacle Tao technique of darkness. Enlil was able to unleash this technique to its maximal extent by unleashing the complete divine Tao of darkness. There was no one more suitable to unleash this technique than him. With his understanding of darkness, he was confident that even Cyril and Chun Chen's dark Tao seed wouldn't be able to match up to his power. The dark Tao seed shot toward the heavenly earth god like a shooting star. Compared to the heavenly earth god's gargantuan body, this dark Tao seed was even smaller than a single cell. However, The heavenly earth god was so shocked that he immediately unleashed the silvery white galaxy on his left arm. Stop it! Countless silvery white stars crashed toward the dark Tao seed in a frenzy. At this moment, a dead star materialized from the corpses, flesh, and bones of countless living beings fell from the sky before crashing down toward Enlin with absolute death intent. Enlin had no time to defend himself as he focused all of his attention on controlling the dark Tao seed. The Taoist child of darkness rapidly increased in size during the warp. All the stars in its path became nothing, and not a single one was spared. Tao seed explode! Crush him! Enlin and the heavenly earth god roared in unison. Boom! The black ball exploded, engulfing everything in its path. Even the heavenly earth god's body, which was imbued with the paramount power of the heavenly gods, was instantly engulfed. Boom! The dead star crashed down upon Enlin's head and smashed him into the ground. Chapter 2102. The chaotic dead stars were the stars with the most intense intent of death in the entire universe. Just the true intent of death emanating from them was enough to wipe out all life on the surrounding planets. It was death, but it was also eternal. It was like a bottomless pit that relentlessly devoured the life force of the surrounding stars and stripped them of everything. Only chaos could exist near it. Hence, the chaotic dead star was a combination of chaos and death. It was a freak of nature, and it was such a terrifying existence that had crashed mercilessly into Enlin's head. The power of chaos and the extremely rich essence of death crashed down upon Enlin in a frenzy. Imagine what it would feel like to be squashed under a planet condensed from billions of corpses and white bones. All he could see was twisted flesh and blood, as well as eerie white bones. Enlin could even see the anguished wails of billions of living beings, as well as countless chaotic evil ghosts that were trying to drag him down into the abyss of death with them. Enlin's power was mainly focused on the dark Taoist, so his defensive capabilities against the chaotic dead star were extremely low. The crushing force of the chaotic dead star instantly made Enlin almost throw up blood. One terrifying, chaotic, evil ghost after another descended from the chaotic dead star before pouncing toward him. Some of them really did break through his defenses of darkness and left a few glaring claw marks on his body. Enlin was in a very sorry state, but Enlin felt like the heavenly earth god was in an even worse state. Most of the heavenly earth god's body, from his thighs to his chest, had been completely obliterated by the dark Taoist. Not even his organs were left, and all that was left were his scattered limbs, which were completely unable to support his body and collapsed to the ground. This was an extremely gruesome sight to behold. Enlin could even sense that the power of the chaotic dead star was beginning to loosen significantly. He was not going to pass up on an opportunity like this, and he unleashed his royal divine monarch technique, slicing the chaotic dead star in half. The darkness at the place where the Death Star was cut kept spreading. Amidst the screams of countless chaos monsters, the darkness devoured the entire star. Only falling into eternal darkness and nothingness is true death. Only then is it worthy of the name Death Star. Enlin looked at the empty sky and smiled. He turned toward the heavenly earth god. After the body that had been destroyed by the dark Taoist explosion crashed to the ground, a steady stream of the power of the earth poured into its body, covering the entire continent, which meant that the entire Tai Chu continent was repairing the heavenly earth god's body. Just how terrifying was the power of the earth involved. Only a few seconds later, it transformed back into a gargantuan divine spirit that looked down upon Enlin. TSK, not bad at all. Enlin's mouth twitched slightly. His invincible spirit had been successfully dealt a blow. He had thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to crush the heavenly earth god after progressing to the Tao integration stage, but it looked like that was not the case. The heavenly earth god was far more powerful than he had imagined. The heavenly earth god didn't say anything upon hearing Enlin's words, but from its serious expression, it was quite clear that it was already treating Enlil as a true opponent. Star patterns flashed, and peculiar energy fluctuations surged through the starry sky. Their ruler was beginning to draw upon its boundless power. The sea of stars and rain of starlight descended once again. One of the most dangerous and terrifying planets in the universe appeared after another. They all hurtled toward Enlil, but Enlil was no pushover either. He unleashed one dark spell technique after another, engulfing as many of them as he could, while taking advantage of every opportunity to charge toward the heavenly earth god. The most brutal battle had erupted. The heavenly sea god had never seen such an intense battle before. One planet after another was summoned, and he could sense that all of these planets were real. All of them had been compressed into high-density planets with diameters of several 100,000 feet. Regardless of whether it was their stellar power or their essential star cores, they were all identical to the planets in the universe. The heavenly earth god grabbed all of these planets and tossed them toward Enlil as if they were free. They were like pebbles being tossed at Enlil by the heavenly earth god. At this moment, boundless darkness would appear, and no matter how terrifying the planets were, they would all completely disappear upon falling into the darkness. Of course, Enlil would also make mistakes or be unable to hold on for much longer. Under those circumstances, he would be crushed by the planets, and in the worst-case scenario, he might even be pulverized. However, that didn't matter. The darkness would enshroud him, and when he emerged from the darkness, all of his injuries would be healed, and he would be back to full health. Enlil was bombarded by all types of terrifying planets. The heavenly earth god was also being bombarded by Enlil's torrential barrage of attacks. Countless darkness-type spell techniques were imbued with extremely potent penetrative power, and they were able to tear through the heavenly earth god's defenses before puncturing and engulfing his body. During the few dozen clashes, the heavenly earth god had been struck by the blades of darkness 16 times, with his head being sliced in half during the most severe attack. However, the boundless power of the earth on the entire Tai Chu continent was still able to quickly regenerate his divine body. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense and brutal. The heaven-crushing army of Yutong City was already used to seeing planets appear on the continent. They could fight all they wanted as long as the planets didn't crush them. This kind of grand battle was like a bizarre painting from the primeval times, embedded in the sky of the battlefield. Its appearance made everyone feel as if this battle had been elevated to a whole new level. All of the battles between swords and sabers were nothing more than child's play. Planets crashed into darkness, and darkness slayed gods. One devastating collision after another ensued. One planet after another was engulfed by darkness, and the light of the stars in the starry sky became dimmer and dimmer. Enlil was also becoming more and more exhausted after unleashing darkness over and over again. As paramount heavenly gods, the powers of earth and darkness were naturally extremely powerful. However, the beings who used them were restricted, and there was a limit to the amount of power they could draw upon. After countless intense collisions and battles, both sides showed signs of exhaustion. Enlil sliced the heavenly earth god in half with a single sword strike. The heavenly earth god's face was filled with agony as he absorbed the power of the earth to recover, and his recovery time was also several times slower than before. The heavenly earth god used the cursed demonic star to kill Enlil. In order to cleanse the boundless curses on the cursed demonic star, Enlil had to use his power of darkness to engulf the cursed demonic star, and his recovery time was also several times slower than before. The battle between the two of them had been earth-shattering at the beginning. Now it had developed to a low ebb. The momentum wasn't as great as it had been at the beginning, but it was still very tragic. The number of times that both of them were half dead had not decreased, but had instead increased. Bam! Enlil was struck by another undead star, and he felt as if his consciousness were about to be torn apart by the planet. The heavenly earth god didn't even get a chance to laugh before his head was obliterated by a black ball. This was another one-for-one exchange. Chapter 2103. Damn it! The heavenly earth god's enraged roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Its body wobbled before falling toward the ground again, and Lin unleashed his darkness to engulf the undead star weighing down on his body. However, he was struck by an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if his body was very bloated. *CK. He almost couldn't eat anymore. Just how many planets had he eaten? He couldn't even remember. All he knew was that he had eaten batch after batch of the most ferocious planets in the entire universe. If the darkness could engulf everything endlessly, then he might as well engulf the entire heaven and earth. It was quite clear that there was a time limit to this engulfment, and Lin had already reached his limit. The heavenly earth god pulled up tens of thousands of mountains and combined them together to form a new head. He chortled with glee at the sight of Lin's distressed expression. Lin, you've finally reached your limit. Your end is coming. He pointed a finger toward the starry sky, and his voice was like a boundless divine decree. Karma death omen star descend. All of the stars in the starry sky shuddered. The sound of air leaking erupted. After that, everything fell completely silent and nothing happened. The heavenly earth god. And Lin was ecstatic upon seeing this. Ha ha ha, you said I've reached my limit? Why are your stars bullsh *ting? Hurry up and throw planets at me. The heavenly earth god's expression had completely darkened. He pointed a finger toward the sky again. Great frost domain star descend. Try something with a lower difficulty. All of the stars in the starry sky shuddered again. PFFF. The sound of air leaking erupted, and all of the stars dimmed. The heavenly earth god. Ha ha ha. Keep going. Throw stars at me. And Lin chortled with glee as he hurriedly engulfed the stars weighing down on his body. If he didn't completely engulf them, they would hunt him down until the end of time. The heavenly earth god was extremely enraged, and he pointed at the starry sky again. Dagger star! This was the lowest difficulty. Even the weakest of the stars would be too embarrassing. However, a familiar scene appeared again. PFFF! All of the stars shuddered before dimming again. Ha ha ha! Ha! This is a dagger star? I'm afraid you're a sharp-edged little fart star, right? And Lin convulsed with laughter. He had already swallowed 80% of the evil undead stars on him. The heavenly earth god abruptly turned its gaze upon Lin, and Lin was instantly struck by a boundless chill and an extremely terrifying sense of pressure. The heavenly earth god stepped forward, covering several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye as he charged toward Lin. The terrifying power of the stars and the pure and violent power of the earth erupted from his fist before crashing viciously toward Lin. Great earth exploding star, come! With that said, a huge fist smashed towards Lin's face, and Lin was shocked. Wait, this is a fist, right? In order to save your dignity, you don't even want your face anymore? Shut up! The heavenly earth god roared as his fist descended. And Lin was in the midst of devouring the planet, so he couldn't dodge it for the time being, so he chose to face it head-on. Boom! The power of the earth had been elevated to its maximal extent, and it exploded forth as a golden shockwave, instantly reducing the remaining planets to dust. This was only the aftermath of the shockwave, and the majority of its power had fallen upon Lin. And Lin mustered all of his power to defend himself, and his divine Tao of darkness fused into his flesh, bones, and skin, making his entire body pitch black. This was the darkness possession technique, which could engulf all types of power. It was the most practical and most energy-efficient technique for taking a beating. The power of the heavenly earth god's fist swept through heaven and earth, as if it were going to crush the entire world. And Lin stood at the center of the fist projection like a stubborn cockroach, enduring boundless pressure. His flesh, bones, and meridians were all trembling and ringing, as if they could collapse at any moment. The fist projection completely exploded, pulverizing the earth within a radius of several thousand kilometers and creating a crater of tens of thousands of meters. However, Enlil was still standing at the center of the crater. He was using his hands to keep the heavenly earth god's massive fist at bay. The heavenly earth god's expression faltered upon seeing this. Enlil was standing like a man. All of a sudden, a sharp pain erupted from the heavenly earth god's hand. A pillar of darkness had pierced through his fist. Enlil flew out from the darkness, and his evil-slaying sword transformed into a series of afterimages as he slashed down toward the heavenly earth god's head. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. He was very fast, but the heavenly earth god's reactions were not slow either. The heavenly earth god's left hand erupted with boundless starlight before hurtling toward Enlil at a speed that was close to the speed of light. Enlil was unable to ignore this power, and he could only defend himself with his sword. Boom, 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 starlight and darkness clashed, and a series of dazzling explosions erupted. Enlil's body was held at bay by countless streaks of silver starlight. A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly earth god's face. Enlil, in the past, you wouldn't have been stopped by a cheap trick like this. You're telling me you're still alive? In the past, you wouldn't have used a cheap trick like this either. Enlil sneered. Shut up. The heavenly earth god had already withdrawn his arm at this moment, and he swung it viciously toward Enlil again. Evil sword technique, royal divine monarch. Enlil no longer chose to take a beating, and a peerlessly domineering sword projection erupted from his evil-slaying sword as he slashed toward the oncoming fist. Boom! The boundless power of earth clashed with the domineering power of darkness once again, splitting heaven and earth into 2 different types of energy. Enlil was blasted back over 50 kilometers by the power of earth, and the heavenly earth god was also forced back a few steps by the power of darkness. Again, Enlil's body faltered before he swung his sword toward the heavenly earth god again. You think I'm scared of you? The heavenly earth god roared with rage as his fist crashed toward Enlil again. Another earth-shattering collision ensued, and the 2 of them were both blasted flying by their opponent's power. Immediately afterward, neither of them gave up and attacked one another again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the 2 of them was like a battle between 2 legendary gods who could easily crush stars. Their every move was capable of shattering heaven and earth, and mountains and rivers were crumbling. Explosions rang out incessantly between heaven and earth, echoing for an extremely long time. Before they knew it, their battle had become a melee battle. In reality, both of them knew that both of them had reached their limits. Under these circumstances, melee battles were the most efficient. The heavenly earth god had already transformed into a miniature form of over 100,000 feet tall in order to make melee battles more efficient. It was able to paralyze Enlil's upper body, and Enlil was able to dismember all of its limbs. In the end, the melee battle reached its climax. Enlil used his fist of the heavenly Tao and the power of darkness to blast the heavenly earth god's head. The heavenly earth god's fist was even more powerful, and it pulverized Enlil into mincemeat. So what if he had reached the Tao integration stage? So what if he had attained phenomenal success in his divine body? So what if he had the power of darkness? In the face of the enraged heavenly earth god, even the slightest misstep would result in his death. Chapter 2104. Golden energy flowed on the ground of the Tai Chu continent before converging on a headless divine spirit. The purest power of the earth had been used to reconstruct its head. Darkness began to appear on the ground. A handsome man in a black feather robe slowly made his way out of the darkness. The man was trying to put on a nonchalant and domineering facade, but the cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his rapid breathing, and the trembling darkness had already betrayed his current state. And Lin discovered that his energy had been completely depleted. His body and consciousness had already reached a very high level of exhaustion. He looked at the mountainous divine spirit in the distance, to find that it seemed to be in a similar state to him. The heavenly earth god wanted to disguise himself, but his face was simply too big, and he was unable to disguise any of his facial expressions. As such, he decided not to pretend anymore. And Lin, stop pretending. I know you've already reached your limit. Hee, aren't you also at your limit? I'm going to last longer than you anyway. The heavenly earth god repressed his rage. Show me your trump card. I know you're still conserving some of your power. You'll store a wisp of your power into the chaotic vortex behind you with each and every attack you unleash. You've probably accumulated quite a bit of power by now. Are you still not going to use it? And Lin was a little dazed, as if he didn't think that the heavenly earth god would be able to see through him. Hee, you're also conserving some trump cards, right? Why don't you use them first? And Lin chuckled coldly. The heavenly earth god was also dumbstruck. You know. No sh*t. Even you can see through my trump cards, so why can't I see through yours? And Lin's lips curled up into a smile, but his heart was throbbing with pain. He actually didn't know that the heavenly earth god had trump cards. Damn it, this is too hurtful. The heavenly earth god had seen through his dirty tricks, but he had failed to see through the heavenly earth god's dirty tricks. Even though he was thinking this, he couldn't appear to be at a disadvantage. He still had to put on a facade as if he were on par with the heavenly earth god. Come, use your trump cards. I will receive all of them and grant you despair. The heavenly earth god's eyes were like a pair of burning suns as it stared at Lin, and the extreme light emanating from them seemed to be trying to pierce through and dispel the darkness around Lin's body. And Lin regained his confident look. He placed his hands behind his back and smiled. I have a lot of trump cards. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them if I use them. Still talking nonsense. The heavenly earth god's confidence seemed to have been boosted a little, and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. Everyone has already reached their limits. Do you want to win with your mouth now? My mouth. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin's face. You're right. All of a sudden, his storage ring flashed, and a bag appeared in his hand. Just as the heavenly earth god was rooted to the spot, and Lin brought out 4 pills, upon which phenomena instantly erupted into the heavens as rich pill power surged through the entire space. He swallowed all 4 pills in one gulp. Rumble. The majestic medicinal power began to quickly replenish Lin's energy. The heavenly earth god. F***CK. Pills were his trump cards. How shameless could he be? And Lin's hair suddenly turned crimson, and all of his muscles turned crimson, as if every single one of his cells was imbued with boundless energy. These 4 pills were all divine pills. 2 of them were recovery-type pills, while the other 2 were explosion-type pills. The divine Tao of darkness allowed Lin to absorb the power of the divine pills as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, Lin felt as if spring had arrived, and his parched body began to flow like a stream. However, it was only a stream. After all, his cultivation base was already too high. Even the power of 4 divine pills was no longer enough to satisfy his needs. Although he said that his status had already gone from a state of having very little HP and MP to a state of having very little HP and MP left. He could just about continue fighting, and Lin's eyes were glowing, and he was looking at the heavenly earth god in a different light. He waved a hand at the heavenly earth god. Both of us have reached our limits. Come, let's fight to the death. The heavenly earth god wanted to hurl abuse. How shameless must he be to say something like this? He had indeed reached his limit. But Lin was full of F***king energy again. They were supposed to fight to their limits together. So why did he secretly take pills? The heavenly earth god became more and more enraged as he thought about it. Who would have thought that the heavenly darkness god's trump card would be to take pills? No, it was the heavens, but it couldn't do anything to Lin. The heavenly earth god's mind was extremely active. However, Lin wasn't going to give it a chance to hurl insults at him. His body was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the heavens as he charged toward the heavenly earth god. Strike while he's down. And Lin felt like he was invincible under the effects of the pills. Hundredfold, super chaotic darkness, holy flame Kirin arm, multiple heavenly god heaven-crushing fist. All of the holy flames instantly erupted forth to revolve around his arm, and the chaotic power on his back also quickly spread to his arm at this moment. At the same time, the 7 Tao Jades of the heavenly gods appeared, gathering the powers of wind, lightning, metal, mountain, fire, weather, and poison into his fist. The pure, heaven-crushing true intent and the complete darkness divine Tao were like the finishing touch, forming the core of his fist's power. The fist hadn't even been unleashed yet. The heavenly earth god was astonished. It felt as if it could see a paramount heavenly god leading 7 heavenly gods toward it. Boundless might, power that made heaven and earth tremble. Divine light that would never be extinguished. Is this your trump card? The heavenly darkness god. A determined expression appeared on the heavenly earth god's face, and he stamped his foot down, upon which the earth trembled as pure power of the earth surged forth from all directions. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there was a power surging forth from underground. Not only was it the purest and most powerful power of the earth, but it was also the core of this world. This was near the White Nectar Sea, which was the central region of the Tai Chu continent. What was underground? The core of the earth, the core of the Tai Chu continent. At the same time, it was also the physical core of the entire Tai Chu continent. Smashing planets couldn't compare to smashing the Tai Chu continent at all. After all, the Tai Chu continent was the core of the entire realm of stars, and its core was the most important and most powerful existence. A burst of pure white energy from the core of the earth began to fuse into the heavenly earth god's body and into his fist, upon which an unimaginably terrifying might erupted forth. Neither side wasted any words, as they both unleashed their fists at the same time. Bam! The 2 fists collided. Heaven and earth fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Immediately afterward, a singularity suddenly appeared at the center of the collision of the 2 fists. Then it crazily expanded and transformed into an infinite amount of energy, exploding like the Big Bang. The great Tao began to crumble. Chapter 2105. The great Tao of heaven and earth was the essence and truth of an entire world. The collapse of the great Tao was countless times more severe than the shattering of space. In the worst-case scenario, the laws would be disrupted and destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, the world would be destroyed. In that instant, Lin could sense that countless laws were beginning to be disrupted and destroyed. His battle with the heavenly earth god had already left this entire world riddled with holes, and the energy explosion before his eyes was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It had completely exceeded the limits of this world. Boom! Terrifying destructive power exploded forth. The space within a radius of over 50 kilometers was pulverized. As the black and white chaotic turbulence wreaked havoc, countless laws were shattered, and some laws even inflicted backlash upon him. The heavenly earth god was not having it any better. His gargantuan body was cracked open by the backlash of the laws, and it looked as if it could crumble at any moment. The energy explosion quickly expanded to form a vibrant energy ball with a radius of several thousand kilometers, engulfing everything it came into contact with before quickly shrinking again when it reached its peak. It was like fireworks in the night sky. It was extremely dazzling, but it also cooled down very quickly. After the energy dissipated, both sides remained in their punching positions. There was no heaven and earth around them. Instead, there was an extremely chaotic and dangerous chaotic space. The space around them had already been destroyed, and it wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. The heavenly earth god looked at Lin, whose dark feather robe was in tatters, and he was dripping with blood. Only half of his left arm remained, and his right arm was a mangled mess, upon which a smile instantly appeared on his face. And Lin looked at the heavenly earth god before him to find that his body was riddled with ghastly gashes. His left leg had been destroyed, his fist had been shattered, and half of his head had been blasted off by the shockwave of the explosion. It was clear that he hadn't been able to defend himself properly, and Lin also smiled upon seeing this. Both of us have used our final trump cards, and it seems that we've come to a draw, the heavenly earth god asked with a hint of a smile on his face. He knew that in order to combat the power of the Tai Chu continent's core, and Lin had unleashed all of the dark energy that he had been secretly storing up. It's true that we've come to a draw, but what makes you think that we've both used our final trump cards? And Lin asked with a smile on his face. What could it be? The heavenly earth god's expression shifted. At this time, and Lin's fist had already descended. Take this. Rumble. The heavenly earth god had only just raised his hand to defend himself when Lin's fist flew through the air, pulverizing the heavenly earth god's already broken arm with absolute power. The heavenly earth god hurtled back in retreat. It had been too careless. Although Lin had used his full strength to fight it to a draw, it didn't mean that the other party didn't have any strength left. After all, he had only swallowed 4 godly pills, so it was normal for him to still have some strength left. It needed time. It needed the Tai Chu continent to transfer energy to it in order to continue battling. How could Lin not know this? He immediately threw caution to the wind and pounced toward his opponent. He knew that this was the heavenly earth god's weakest moment, and it was also the perfect opportunity to kill him. Everything around them had already been plunged into chaos and disorder, and the sky and earth were all extremely far away from them. This meant that it would be very difficult for the heavenly earth god to absorb the power of the earth on the Tai Chu continent. This was also something that was very beneficial to Lin. I'm going to kill you here. And Lin pursued the heavenly earth god relentlessly, and the evil slaying sword in his hand began to ring. Immediately afterward, a layer of pure and flawless golden light imbued with paramount might appeared over the sword. After progressing to the Tao integration stage, he was finally able to unleash this sword strike at will. 6 strikes of the war god, divine sword. Boom! The majestic and mighty golden light suddenly erupted and pierced through the endless chaos. A burst of sword Tao divine might that reached straight into the essence of the world swept toward the heavenly earth god before the sword had even descended, slicing a series of sword wounds into his extremely sturdy divine body. This sword technique. An expression of shock appeared on the heavenly earth god's face, and he felt as if his entire body was about to be sliced in half by the devastating sword intent. Sometimes he could already predict his own fate before the sword had even been unleashed. There was no helping it, as the sword Tao true intent and sword intent behind him were far too powerful. The heavenly earth god turned to look at Lin, only to find him wielding a golden divine sword that tore through chaos with unparalleled divine might, as if he were an invincible heavenly god who had descended upon the mortal world. A heavenly god paired with a divine sword. This was the final technique of the 6 strikes of the war god. The heavenly earth god knew that there was no way for him to evade this sword strike, and he suddenly turned around as the rich power of the earth erupted from his remaining arm. Boundless nebula essence exploded from his fist as he launched a vicious punch toward Lin. Die! Massive nebula fist. Countless silvery white nebulas exploded, blasting apart the terrifying chaos. And Lin's expression was completely unfazed as he met the attack head-on, and his golden divine sword also fell at this moment. In an instant, a boundless and paramount golden sword projection lit up the boundless chaos before tearing through everything. The exploding nebulas were only able to last a few seconds in the face of the golden sword projection before being sliced in half by the extreme sharpness of the sword projection. This was a divine sword strike that could split chaos, slice through galaxies, and annihilate heavenly gods. The heavenly earth god was struck by a deep sense of powerlessness as he looked at the boundless golden sword projection. At the same time, Fear and remorse welled up in his heart for the first time. This was supposed to be a sure-win situation. So how had he been forced into a corner? He had thought that he could kill Enlin with ease, so how did he end up being the one who had to kill him? Why was this happening? No one could answer the heavenly earth god's question. The domineering golden sword light slashed down on its head, cleaving its body cleanly into two halves. Furthermore, the peerlessly powerful sword projection didn't even spare the two halves of his body as it was pulverized into nothingness. The golden light dissipated, and Enlin was the only one left standing within the chaos. Everything had been settled. An extremely powerful being had been eliminated from the chaos, and it quickly began to heal. Enlin soon returned to the original battlefield. The heavenly sea god's eyes widened at the sight of Enlin's return, and it was clear that he was still in a state of shock. Even though he had envisioned this possibility, he was still extremely astonished when it actually happened. That was the true form of Tao. That was the ultimate form of a paramount heavenly god. To think that Enlin was able to defeat the heavenly earth god in such a state. He was simply ridiculously powerful. Enlin panted heavily, and his aura was extremely feeble as he stood on the spot. A relieved smile appeared on his face. We won, rumble. The earth suddenly bulged before materializing into a greenish-yellow youth. There was a greenish-yellow divine halo above his head, but it was riddled with cracks. This was none other than the heavenly earth god that had just been slain. Enlin faltered slightly upon seeing the heavenly earth god's current appearance before a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Oh, you're not dead yet? I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to use my remaining trump cards. What other trump cards do you want to try? The heavenly earth god shuddered upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to flee into the distance with all his might. Chapter 2106. You want to run? Enlin was quite amused upon seeing this. Compared to the mighty and invincible heavenly earth god from before, the severely wounded heavenly earth god was like an infant that posed no threat at all. He took a step forward and gave chase. Brother Earth, don't run. Everyone is at their limits. It's time for a fight to the death. Hurry up and tell me, what trump card do you want me to use? Do you want to experience my ability to make money? Or do you want to experience my ability to crush the heavens? Of course, dark abilities are fine too. If you want to experience all types of powerful divine tools, I can satisfy that as well. Enlin chuckled sinisterly as he chased after the heavenly earth god. The heavenly earth god almost turned around and punched Enlin in the face upon hearing this. However, his rationality prevented him from doing so in the end as he continued to flee. At this moment, an enraged roar suddenly erupted in the distance. Enlin, let go of the heavenly earth god. Purple ocean prison. The heavenly sea god roared, and boundless purple seawater suddenly erupted into the sky before enveloping Enlin and the heavenly earth god. Very good. Hold off Enlin for me. The heavenly earth god was elated to see this. He then continued to charge forward. Bam! His head crashed into the purple ocean prison before being repelled. The heavenly earth god. You're telling me to let go of you, but you've trapped me in this prison as well. Heavenly sea god. The heavenly earth god turned to the heavenly sea god with an enraged expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. The heavenly sea god yelled in a panicked voice with concern on his face. The heavenly earth god suddenly felt like the heavenly sea god was even more detestable than Enlin. How could there be such a shameless person among the paramount heavenly gods? To think that he would actually dare to say such shameless words. The heavenly earth god didn't choose to forcibly break out of the heavenly sea god's prison. If they were to fight now, the heavenly sea god would definitely be able to pummel him. He transformed into a streak of greenish-yellow earth energy before charging toward the ground below. That's right, as long as he could fuse with the earth down below, he would be able to instantly teleport anywhere. He had been secretly preparing this technique for a long time, and it was finally ready. Heavenly God technique, Earth transformation. The greenish-yellow Earth energy struck the shattered ground like lightning. Everything had happened far too quickly, so quickly that all of Enlin's spell techniques were futile. The Heavenly Earth God was very confident that he would be able to escape. However, right at this moment, the space between heaven and earth suddenly congealed. Time also began to freeze in that instant, and everything became a frozen image, including the Heavenly Earth God's plummeting body. Time stood still. The chaotic, dark vortex behind Enlin began to spin rapidly, spreading darkness everywhere. Heavenly God art, endless darkness. Rumble. The vast earth was suddenly plunged into a boundless darkness. The Heavenly Earth God was very powerful, and he could only freeze time for a split second. However, this short period of time was just enough for Enlin to unleash his spell, plunging the world beneath him into boundless darkness. The Heavenly Earth God revealed his true form upon seeing the all-engulfing darkness down below. Time and darkness? How could this be? How can you still unleash such a large-scale spell technique? The Heavenly Earth God was already at the end of his rope, and he had thought that Enlin wouldn't have much power left. Who would have thought that he would still have so much power stored within his body? Enlin's body sprang through the air extremely quickly, and he only paused for a split second before appearing before the Heavenly Earth God in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed from his evil-slaying sword as it stabbed toward the Heavenly Earth God's heart. The Heavenly Earth God raised a hand to defend himself, but the blade of the sword was enshrouded in darkness, and it pierced through his hand in the blink of an eye before plunging into his heart. Darkness flowed from the blade of the sword before slowly spreading toward the rest of the Heavenly Earth God's body. The Heavenly Earth God wanted to struggle, but the boundless darkness was sealing away his power and engulfing his entire being. He couldn't even muster up the power to struggle. Earth, everything has come to an end. And Lin's eyes were as clear as water as he spoke with a calm expression. Darkness, everything you've done is wrong. The Heavenly Earth God looked at the man before him and spoke with difficulty. You don't understand the Heavenly Tao at all. I don't need to understand the Heavenly Tao. All I need to understand is myself. And Lin smiled. After all, I am the heavens, the Heavenly Earth God. It's not up to you to decide what's right and what's wrong. And Lin twisted his sword, and pure darkness instantly engulfed the Heavenly Earth God's body. Farewell forever. Stay in the sky obediently. Crack, crack, crack. The Heavenly Earth God's halo tremored violently before exploding into countless specks of light that disappeared into thin air. And Lin looked on as an unknown power rose into the sky, and he exhaled lightly. It was finally over. The shattered space, the shattered earth, the boundless chaotic turbulence, and the laws of destruction were all telling of just how terrifying and devastating this battle had been. In the end, it was Enlin who stood until the very end and emerged as the final victor. Celestial music suddenly rang out in the sky, spreading across the boundless sky. This heavenly music was imbued with an extremely profound Tao realm, and it was extremely pleasing to the ears. However, Enlin was quite taken aback upon hearing it. What was going on? Was there music to celebrate the victory? However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. This music was not for him. It was for the Heavenly Earth God at this moment. The earth also began to glow with a greenish-yellow light, which was filled with sorrow and reluctance. The phenomenon swept through the entire Tai Chu continent. All of the living beings were struck by an indescribable sense of grief. Furthermore, all of the living beings had realized something, and that was that the Heavenly Earth God had fallen. All of the living beings who opposed the heavenly human tribe really wanted to burst into raucous laughter and celebrate, but they were unable to repress the grief being unleashed by the earth, and some of them even had tears streaming down their faces. This damned phenomenon of heaven and earth was a bully. The light goddess who was battling Cyril suddenly stopped fighting. Her face was filled with astonishment and incredulity as she stared at the phenomenon taking place before her. How could this be? The earth has fallen? Cyril was extremely elated, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Good job, heavenly disciple Enlil. Not only did he complete his divine Tao of darkness, but he was also able to slay the heavenly earth god. Everything looks great. One of the 3 paramount heavenly gods had fallen, and this was extremely beneficial to the heaven-crushing sect. The light goddess was still unable to accept this reality. The earth and the ocean are 2 paramount existences, so how could they not even be able to deal with an incomplete darkness? No, there must be a problem somewhere. She felt like this was an absurd reality. No matter how she looked at it, victory was guaranteed. How had Enlil been able to destroy it? Enlil again! The light goddess was feeling a little lost for the first time in her rage. What was she supposed to do now? Chapter 2107. The divine light goddess was extremely astonished. At the same time, the confusion in her heart continued to spread. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. She discovered that her game of chess was on the verge of collapse. No, she couldn't continue fighting like this. She had to investigate everything that had happened. Otherwise, if she continued to fight like this, she would eventually fall into the same trap as the heavenly earth god. The divine light goddess mind raced. She looked at Cyril, who was charging toward her again, and waved a hand. A ball of light enshrouded Cyril's body. Retreat. She spoke in a calm voice. Her body transformed into specks of light as she spoke. The 4 heavenly gods immediately stopped their attack on the heaven-crushing, glazed palace and quickly flew toward the east. A young girl in a snow-white dress, who looked like a snow fairy, watched as the 4 heavenly gods fled. She pulled out a small pillar that was covered in countless crimson vein patterns and was just about to toss it out. Chun Chen held onto the young girl's hand and shook his head. Let them leave. It's not good for us to force the heavenly light goddess into a corner. Yes. Shui Yin nodded obediently. She didn't want Chun Chen to take on such a dangerous battle. They had won this battle. The phenomenon of the heavenly earth god's death spread throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. All living beings knew about this. They also guessed who had done it. And Lin had only just ascended to the godhood darkness realm, and the heavenly earth god had fallen not long after. If they couldn't guess who had done it, then they wouldn't even be worthy of being called a pig demon. After the phenomenon of the earth's death dissipated, all of the tribes on the Tai Chu continent celebrated. After crying against their will, they immediately began to laugh heartily and cheer loudly. They shouted things like, "Long live the heaven-crushing united army," and "Heavenly God Enlil is bad ****s." The entire scene became livelier and livelier. Those who didn't know better would think that they had encountered a bunch of laughing and crying lunatics. The death of a paramount heavenly god was definitely the greatest piece of news in history. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire world was celebrating. After all, one of the most powerful beings on the enemy's side had fallen, and Lin was the first to shatter the myth of the paramount heavenly gods. Some of the living beings who had previously said that Enlil was only putting on an act and that there was no way he could match up to a supreme heavenly god, and that if the supreme heavenly god were to get serious, Enlil would be beaten to a pulp. Now, they were so ashamed that they couldn't even raise their heads. The friendly troops fought even more bravely. The atmosphere of the battlefield was originally one of fighting to the death and the solemn and stirring feeling of fighting to the last man. Now, it had turned into a feeling of their army's victory. The glory and confidence of the glorious continent seemed to have been injected with stimulants as they killed their enemies until they threw away their helmets and armor. All the armies on the continent that stood on the side of the humans had completely changed. As for the heavenly human tribe army, their morale had also completely changed. Each and every one of them looked as if their mother had died. They were either grieving or wailing. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings felt as if their faith had been completely shattered. Some of the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings who had followed the heavenly earth god, were even being punished by holy light. According to incomplete statistics, from the moment the heavenly earth god fell to the moment the phenomenon of heaven and earth had ended, there had been over 1 million heavenly human tribe, powerful beings who had either committed suicide or died on a silver platter. The heavenly earth god was their only source of faith, and now that their faith had been destroyed, there was no point in them fighting anymore. However, compared to the heavenly human tribe powerful beings who had committed suicide, the vast majority of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings turned their grief into strength and continued to fight to the death. Revenge was their top priority. Even if they were going to die, they were going to take a few enemies down with them. The battles on the western and eastern battlefronts had come to an end, but the central battlefront was the battlefield with the most troops and the most top-notch experts. The battle was the most intense, and the war had not stopped yet. Heavenly god technique, myriad tree tassel, spring god enchantment. The heavenly wood god's entire body transformed into a tree man constructed from tree trunks, and it spread open its arms, upon which countless divine trees extended into the heavens. The especially powerful tree trunks were like azure dragons, twisting and twisting viciously around the immortal divine monkey. "I'm so annoyed." The battling Buddha swung his golden-banded staff relentlessly toward the divine trees. But these divine trees had extremely powerful life forces, and even though they were smashed to smithereens by the battling Buddha's golden-banded staff, they sprang back up in the blink of an eye, making it impossible to kill all of them. The heavenly wood god knew that it was no match for the battling Buddha in a head-on battle, so it chose to engage in a battle of attrition. It was confident that it would be able to exhaust the battling Buddha to death with its many divine trees. Your individual combat prowess is indeed very powerful, but you won't be able to defeat me in a battle of numbers. The heavenly wood god stood at the top of the divine tree with a cold expression. "That's because I have the entire spring." Boom! The battling Buddha's golden staff swept through the air and snapped all of the divine trees in half. However, there was no end to the divine trees, and they continued to converge toward the battling Buddha. "You can't defeat me in a battle of numbers." The battling Buddha suddenly put down his golden-banded staff and allowed it to move on its own. At the same time, he grabbed onto the monkey fur on his head with both hands, and an extremely terrifying battle intent erupted from his body. "Now I'll show you what real quantity is." Battling Buddha forbidden technique, myriad monkeys. Whoosh! Over 10,000 strands of monkey fur were suddenly plucked out. The battling Buddha's head was instantly plucked bald. Before the heavenly wood god had a chance to react, over 10,000 strands of golden monkey fur had already floated into the sky before transforming into over 10,000 powerful divine monkeys. All of them wore divine armor and wielded massive golden staffs. Their combined auras could only be described as apocalyptic. "Charge! I'll show you just how powerful I am." "Hee, there's so many trees. This is going to be fun. Watch my staff." "Watch my staff as well." Countless monkey monarchs chattered within the spring god enchantment barrier as they unleashed destructive attacks, slicing the divine trees in half before unleashing true flames to incinerate them. Some of them even opened their mouths to chomp down on the divine trees. One divine tree after another was being destroyed at an incredible rate. They wanted to recover as quickly as possible, but as soon as their buds sprouted, they were flattened by the divine monkeys. The tables were instantly turned, and countless divine trees began to fall. The spring god enchantment barrier was unable to withstand the concentrated attacks of so many powerful beings, and its power began to crumble. These were 10,000 battling Buddhas. The heavenly wood god was completely dumbstruck. What kind of numbers were these? Who could stop them? The battling Buddha's actions sent chills running down its spine. This was the first time it had experienced just how powerful the bald battling Buddha was. There was a crisp explosion of the barrier. The spring god enchantment barrier was completely shattered by the monkey monarchs. All the divine trees, divine flowers, and divine fruits were ravaged by the monkey deities who wreaked havoc in the spring god realm. Right at this moment, the battling Buddha with the most powerful aura had already appeared before him. Blockhead brat, eat my staff! Bam! Chapter 2108. The heavenly wood god's head was struck by the club, and his vision darkened as his body smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. At this moment, a large number of monkey gods had already swung their clubs toward the fallen heavenly wood god. Boom, boom, boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. The heavenly wood god's blood-curdling screams rang out. After a series of inhumane ravages, the monkey gods lost their energy and turned into white smoke before completely dissipating. All that was left was an extremely battered man sprawled on the ground. The heavenly wood god panted heavily. He felt like he had almost become the first heavenly god to be beaten to death. There were even a few more cracks on the divine halo on his head. He stood up with difficulty, but before he could even catch his breath, he saw the real victorious fighting Buddha descend from the sky. The Jingu Bang in his hand was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens, releasing boundless divine might. Heavenly Tao! Bang! The huge staff descended, and the vast bottom of the huge staff enveloped the heavenly wood god, making it impossible for him to dodge. The heavenly wood god was also a decisive person, and he immediately clasped his hands together. Boundless flower realm, holy lotus array. A strange holy lotus bloomed beneath the heavenly wood god's feet before wrapping around him like a flower bud. The holy lotus separated heaven and earth, and he wanted to use this opportunity to avoid the staff's attack. Right at this moment, the staff had already completely descended and viciously smashed into the holy lotus. As the golden light vibrated, the heaven-crushing might and the battle Buddha's might fused perfectly, producing some kind of qualitative change. For the sake of all living beings, Sun Wukong could put down the butcher's knife, and similarly, for the sake of all living beings, Sun Wukong could also pick up the butcher's knife, even if it meant destroying the heavens. Die. The victorious fighting Buddha's eyes widened like a furious Vajra, and he used all his strength to strengthen the Jingu Bang in his hand. Boom, boom, boom! The Jingu Bang crushed everything and shattered space. Even the barrier between the two worlds created by the heavenly wood god's divine technique began to crack under its heavy attack. The Jingu Bang's divine might did not stop, and it continued to stab the white holy lotus all the way into the ground. It continued to stab for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The holy lotus was unable to bear the burden and was completely crushed into dust under the terrifying pressure. No, the heavenly wood god looked at the huge stick that was smashing down on his head, his face filled with fear and despair. This was the first time he felt so powerless in the face of an enemy's attack. Immediately after, his body was crushed by the mighty stick. Bang! Along with the heavenly wood god, the divine halo above his head also shattered. The giant stick began to shrink back and finally turned into a small golden needle, which was stuffed into Sun Wukong's ear. Goku looked at the bottomless pit and said, "Now, do you remember my name clearly?" The heavenly wood god did not have the chance to answer his question. However, Goku knew that the heavenly wood god would definitely remember his name before he died. Goku looked handsome as he gently stroked the hair on his head, but all he touched was a bald patch. The battling Buddha sighed, "It's just a fight, and I've beaten my head bald. The price is too high. However, won't I look more like a monk if I'm bald? TSK, a bald donkey." Goku shook his head and waved his cudgel at the rest of the enemies. The battle was not over yet. Although he was exhausted and couldn't use any of his power, he could still bully low-level, heavenly humans. On the top-notch battlefield, each and every one of the super experts began their decisive battle. In a place where sword chi soared into the sky was filled with sword chi. The essential sword Tao was being released relentlessly, and all the sword cultivators of the heaven-crushing united army were unable to unleash a single sword strike within a radius of over 500 kilometers. All swords between heaven and earth had to bow before him. This was the special effect of the heavenly sword god after activating his 9th divine halo. He had activated his final divine halo in a suicidal manner and successfully grasped the essential sword Tao. It could be said that he was invincible in this world. However, he wasn't arrogant in the slightest. As he was being thrashed, the heavenly sword god's face was swollen and bruised, and it unleashed one exquisite sword strike after another toward the true demon tribe Cultivator, only for the true demon tribe Cultivator to completely vanquish all of its attacks. Demon Emperor, see, you chortled with glee. Is this all the heavenly human tribe's top-notch combat prowess is capable of? The heavenly sword god was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. The true demon tribe Cultivator before him was far more powerful than he had imagined. He had been thrashed by his opponent even before activating his divine halo. However, his opponent wasn't this powerful at the time. The heavenly sword god was confident that he would be able to thrash his opponent once he activated his divine halo. As a result, he activated one divine halo after another, and he became more and more powerful. However, Demon Emperor C, you continued to drink, and he became more and more intoxicated. Then, Demon Emperor C, you also became more and more powerful. Thus, the heavenly sword god continued to be thrashed with all of his divine halos activated. He activated his final divine halo and completely unleashed his heavenly god rank heavenly human tribe power. For a short period of time, his power was comparable to that of a god of creation. He had initially thought that he would finally be able to thrash his opponent. No matter how powerful Demon Emperor C was, he was only at the Tao integration stage, and there was no way he could cross the chasm no matter what. He was then greeted by the sight of Demon Emperor C pulling out a flask of divine wine from his storage ring before gulping it down in one go. After drinking, Demon Emperor C was completely inebriated. The heavenly sword god thought that his opponent had given up on healing him. He loved beating drunkards the most. And then he was thrashed. Never would the heavenly sword god have thought that Demon Emperor C would possess god of creation stage combat prowess after drinking divine wine. Was the heaven-crushing sect still hiding such a powerful trump card? Not only were their enemies astonished, but their allies were also astonished. Never would they have thought that, aside from Enlin and Su Xiaolan, Demon Emperor C would also be performing so spectacularly. With his god of creation stage combat prowess, it could be said that he was the third most powerful being on the battlefield. The heaven-crushing sect really was full of hidden dragons and tigers. The morale of the heaven-crushing sect united army rose even higher. Their confidence in this battle was greatly boosted when their most powerful being was able to contend with the heavenly human tribe united army. The heavenly human tribe united army still had the numerical advantage, but they were unable to advance any further. Right at this moment, a shrill cry erupted. A massive vermilion bird over 10,000 feet in size was suddenly torn in half. Crimson blood splattered through the air like a rain of blood. The two halves of the vermilion bird didn't even get a chance to reconnect before they were incinerated into nothingness by surging crimson flames. Blood Fong! Blood Fong divine vermilion bird. A series of cries of grief and indignation erupted. Rumble! The great Tao of heaven and earth wailed with grief. This was a sign that a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, had fallen. The Blood Fong divine vermilion bird from the vermilion bird domain had fallen. Above the monstrous crimson flames, a 9th level divine power surging phoenix stood proudly at the pinnacle of the heavens. Its eyes were filled with disdain and killing intent. The heavenly earth god is dead. I'm going to bury all of you with him. Chapter 2109. Blood Fong was the first Tao integration stage vermilion bird to perish in the vermilion bird tribe. After learning that the heavenly earth god had perished, Heavenly Phoenix Goddess chose to sacrifice her own life to activate her 9th divine halo in order to obtain the power to dominate the battlefield, all for the sake of eliminating all obstacles for the heavenly human tribe. The flying Phoenix God, who had 9 divine halos around her, was completely dominated by the 5 divine sparrows. Vermilion Bird Nanli, Vermilion Yuluo, Vermilion Huanjin, and Vermilion Tianjin were completely unable to stop the flying Phoenix God. They could only watch as Blood Fong was torn in half by the flying Phoenix God. All of the Vermilion Bird tribe, super mighty figures, were filled with grief and indignation. They had followed the great Empress Vermilion Bird from the faraway realm of stars to this place, and they had fought many bloody battles together. Thus, they had long since formed an inseparable comrade in arms. Now that one of their comrades in arms had suddenly perished, all of them were unable to restrain their grief and rage. Blood Fong, I'll avenge you! Damn it, kill this beast! The 4 Vermilion Birds at the Tao Integration Pinnacle stage roared as they unleashed their most powerful spell techniques toward the heavenly Phoenix Goddess in the sky. The south least sacred fire was blazing and exploding. It surged up violently, as if it wanted to shatter the entire sky. The Empyrean God, soaring Phoenix, glanced calmly at the saga fire, which had once caused it to tremble in fear. Then, with a flap of its wings, the incomparably powerful Sagafire was dispersed by its terrifying wind pressure. Yuluo Heaven Rend. Vermilion Bird Yuluo suddenly appeared behind Heavenly God Flying Phoenix, and its flames formed a sharp, dark spear that stabbed toward Heavenly God Flying Phoenix's head. A calm smile appeared on Soaring Phoenix's face. I'll start with you. It did not turn around, nor did it dodge. A phoenix head suddenly grew out from its back, and then 2 thick arms emerged from its blazing body, grabbing the holy flame spear that was thrusting towards it. Sparrow Yuluo was startled by this sudden development. At this moment, the flying phoenix god's head had already opened its mouth. Roar! The blood-red breath tore through the sky and crashed into Sparrow Yuluo's body, engulfing it. Yuluo! Sparrow Mirage Gold shot up from the bottom and slashed at the flying phoenix with its razor-sharp wings. It was so fast that it looked like a streak of golden light. Rip! Empyrean God, Soaring Phoenix's abdomen, was torn open by Vermilion Fantasy Gold. At the same time, however, Empyrean Phoenix flattened Sparrow Phantasmal Gold's wings. It was at this moment that golden sacred fire burned the heavens and devoured the earth. It was as if the entire sky had been burned to ashes. Endless flames descended from the heavens and enveloped Empyrean God, Soaring Phoenix. Heaven-crushing Great Empress, Vermilion Bird, Eternal, Holy Light. Sparrow Tianjin descended from the sky with holy flames that could incinerate the heavens before crashing viciously into the heavenly Phoenix God's body. Empyrean God Soaring Phoenix let out a muffled groan as his body was blasted thousands of meters away by the scorching flames. Phoenix's pole burning silence. Suddenly, Shueisha tore apart the heaven ash sacred flame. The true essence of the phoenix transformed into a red shadow that tore through everything and tore apart Vermilion Bird Tianjin's body before completely incinerating it. Sparrow Tianjin's anguished wail reverberated throughout heaven and earth before it was instantly engulfed by the flames. Empyrean God, Soaring Phoenix, flapped his wings and flew high into the air once more. He looked down at the army of trillions of soldiers on the ground, and his arrogance was suffused with a surging divine might. It was as if he didn't attach any importance to anything. Great Empress, Vermilion Bird, Eternal Holy Light, it's all trash in the face of a heavenly god's divine might. Empyrean Phoenix spoke with a disdainful expression. He looked down on the Vermilion Bird's boot-licking behavior. A wisp of Yuluo flame appeared in the sky before expanding to become a gigantic Vermilion Yuluo. At the same time, the heaven ash flame appeared in the sky before expanding explosively. Finally, a vermilion bird Tianjin reappeared at the pinnacle of the heavens while exuding surging holy flames. The two vermilion birds that he had thought were dead had both been revived. This was the mystic technique unique to the 6 vermilion bird sages, rebirth from the ashes. As long as the vermilion bird bloodline essence wasn't completely destroyed, they could all be revived. How dare you look down on great Empress Vermilion Bird? I have to kill it. What *T Empyrean Phoenix God? I'm going to eat roast chicken tonight. The 4 vermilion birds were enraged upon hearing Empyrean Phoenix's words, and their holy flames erupted once again. Empyrean Phoenix furrowed its brows. It's that hard to kill? How troublesome. It spread open its wings as it spoke, and a boundless amount of scorching blood flowed from its body before materializing into a series of crimson spears. The divine halo above its head then erupted with boundless light and boundless power of essence, which seemed to be imbued with boundless hope and future, converged upon the crimson spears, making them translucent and translucent. The energy fluctuations emanating from them were also instantly elevated to a whole new level. The proud and confident vermilion birds couldn't help but feel a sense of horror at the sight of these spears. They wanted to submit. They knew that these spears could instantly wipe out their bloodlines. Heavenly God technique, world creation spears. Whoosh, 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 4 powerful spears were aimed at the 4 vermilion birds. So what if you're vermilion birds? In my eyes, you're nothing more than ants. A cruel smile appeared on Empyrean Phoenix's face. I'm going to kill all of you in one go. Empyrean Phoenix's voice had only just fallen when the world creation spears whistled through the air toward the vermilion birds. The vermilion birds unleashed holy flames to attack the spears, but the spears were extremely fearsome and could tear through flames of any level as they hurtled toward the vermilion birds' hearts with boundless killing intent. They were screwed. This was what the 4 vermilion birds were truly thinking. The world creation spears were imbued with boundless divine might, and almost no one dared to look directly at them. However, right at this moment, the crisp cry of a vermilion bird erupted into the heavens. Immediately afterward, an indescribably mighty and holy vermilion bird spread open its wings, obscuring the entire sky as it stood in front of the 2 spears. An azure dragon appeared, winding about and blocking in front of one of the light spears. Boom! The spear clashed with the vermilion bird and the azure dragon, and the resulting explosion was like a dazzling sun illuminating the night sky. Countless living beings were astonished by the terrifying explosion and shockwaves. The final spear flew directly toward the heavenly ash vermilion bird. An exquisitely beautiful azure robe appeared before the heavenly ash vermilion bird, and she was holding a heavenly goddess with a cracked divine halo in her hand. All of the beautiful faces on the heavenly goddess body were filled with shock and horror. No! The heavenly goddess was none other than heavenly goddess Myriad Transformations, and she immediately used human faces to construct an ever-changing shield in front of her. However, the trump card of a 9th-level heavenly god was not that easy to defend against. The spear of light only paused for a split second before piercing through the shield before stabbing into heavenly goddess Myriad Transformations' body. The pure power of light purified everything within her body, and her entire body was reduced to specks of light amid her blood-curdling cries of despair. At the same time, the vermilion bird and the azure dragon disappeared after blocking the 3 world creation spears. Silence, deathly silence. All of the living beings who were paying attention to the battle were astonished. The flying phoenix goddess was also dumbstruck. The azure-robed woman was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Her clear, limpid eyes stared calmly at Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix as she said, "Heck, congratulations! You've killed an Empyrean god." Chapter 2110. That's right, Heavenly Phoenix Goddess had indeed slain Heavenly God Myriad Transformations. At the very least, that was what it looked like on the surface. It was exactly because of this that countless people felt their flesh crawl. Just who could make a heavenly deity kill another heavenly deity? This was an unprecedented feat to the Allies. This operation could be described as satisfying, but to the enemies, it was an unimaginable humiliation. At this moment, there was only one word in the minds of the heaven-crushing United Army, bad *SS. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Great Empress Vermilion Bird is here. She saved our lives again. Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird! All of the Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up like the sun upon seeing this, and they cried tears of gratitude. Didn't Heavenly Phoenix Goddess humiliate our Great Empress? She was still so arrogant and haughty, as if she were the most powerful bird in this world. Look at her now. She's been punished by the Great Empress. This Heavenly Phoenix Goddess is quite something. She's still trying to drag a heavenly god down with her, even in death. Heavenly Phoenix Goddess's body trembled uncontrollably as an indescribable sense of guilt and humiliation engulfed it. Ah, Divine Phoenix Maiden, I'm going to kill you. Heavenly Phoenix Goddess exploded. Su Xiaolan's expression remained calm as she glanced at the 4 vermilion birds. Let's switch opponents. The 4 vermilion birds instantly understood, and they all turned to look at Heavenly Goddess Silent Sound and Heavenly Goddess Solitary Star with mysterious smiles on their faces. We're willing to serve the Great Empress. Charge! The 4 vermilion birds spread their wings and pounced toward the 2 heavenly gods. Heavenly Phoenix Goddess was enraged by the sight of the vermilion bird, whom it had already condemned to death, attacking the other heavenly gods. It was just about to give chase when Su Xiaolan charged toward it with her dragon sparrow sword. All right, I'll kill you first. Heavenly Phoenix Goddess didn't waste any more time. She immediately unleashed her paramount power of light and imbued it with flames, which surged toward the oncoming Su Xiaolan. These flames were originally holy flames, but after fusing with the power of the light god, they evolved to become even more powerful flames. These were flames that could strike fear into the hearts of even gods of creation. The flames that contained the power of light crashed into the woman's body. Su Xiaolan didn't make any extra movements and just slashed with her sword. The vermilion sword projection pierced through heaven and earth. The eternal, deathless power of the vermilion bird essence and the sage birth was unleashed to the pinnacle, and the radiant flames tore at each other. The sword projection contained the power of eternal indestructibility. After a brief clash, it broke through the flames of light and landed on Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix's body, tearing a massive, bloody wound into its body. The phoenix sobbed in the sky. The azure-robed woman's expression was still calm. She brandished the thunder-fire sword as if she was taking a stroll in her own backyard. What? You don't know who you are anymore after your power skyrocketed? How dare you insult me and kill my most loyal subordinates? Are you prepared to pay with your blood? The green-clothed woman flicked her sharp sword, and another heavenly light sword shadow flashed past. Heavenly god technique, Phoenix Shadow. Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix was truly scared now, and its speed increased by close to tenfold. It transformed into a crimson shadow and finally managed to evade Su Xiaolan's sword strike. Oh, interesting. The projections of the vermilion bird and the azure dragon flashed past Su Xiaolan's eyes, and she immediately turned around to slash behind her. Bam! The blade of the sword clashed with Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix's claws. A crimson explosion erupted in the air. You can keep up with my speed? Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix was astonished once again. This was the result of its heavenly god technique. Just as it didn't have a chance to retreat, Su Xiaolan's sword was already upon it, and it was astonished to find that her sword was even faster than it was. Countless sword wounds began to appear on Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix's body. Empyrean god Soaring Phoenix let loose a blood-curdling wail as it hurtled back in retreat. However, Su Xiaolan continued to pursue it with her dragon sparrow sword in hand. "Even though you'll die when the time comes, but I'm more inclined to slash you to death." A cold light flashed through Su Xiaolan's eyes, and the dragon sparrow sword in her hand shimmered with a sword projection that struck fear into the hearts of even the heavenly gods. A series of dazzling sword projections tore through the air. Empyrean god soaring phoenixes' blood-curdling cries reverberated through the air. A scorching rain of blood fell relentlessly. Countless living beings looked up at the woman dancing in the air with reverence and awe in their eyes. Such an invincible figure would forever be engraved into their hearts. Who was the most noble and proud being on this battlefield? It wasn't the heavenly god, nor was it the Empyrean god soaring phoenix, who had deactivated all 9 of his divine halos. Instead, it was the human woman with the title of Divine Phoenix Maiden. Her radiance even illuminated half of the battlefield. She brought hope to countless living beings who were fighting for their lives. More and more wounds appeared on Empyrean god soaring phoenix's body, and its injuries became more and more severe. It knew that its injuries were becoming more and more severe, and the time for its backlash to strike was quickly approaching. No, this woman was far too terrifying. It had to unleash its most powerful attack in order to defeat her. Empyrean god soaring phoenix made up its mind. Even if it had to die on the spot, it had to kill this powerful enemy. Time to go all out. Heavenly god technique, light possession. Empyrean god soaring phoenix spread its wings and flew into the sky. At the pinnacle of the heavens, the powerful power of light descended from the sky. However, right at this moment, a series of chains of lightning pierced through the air and latched onto its wings at an even faster speed, causing it to falter momentarily. Empyrean god soaring phoenix didn't even have a chance to be baptized by the power of light before it saw Su Xiaolan rushing toward it. In that instant, it felt as if it could see a peerlessly tall and mighty being standing before it. Her figure was immortal and had existed for countless years. Just the movement of her body alone was enough to affect the entire universe. She was staring at it as if it were a speck of dust. This is the true vermilion bird. Empyrean god's eyes widened. Yes, Su Xiaolan's sword fell. A vermilion bird constructed from essential flames leaped out from the sword strike and tore through Empyrean god soaring phoenix's body before incinerating it to ashes. The divine halo crumbled and transformed into specks of light that returned to the heavenly Tao. All of the heavenly gods on the battlefield were dumbstruck once again. A heavenly god who had activated his 9th divine halo couldn't even unleash his final trump card before being slain by a single sword strike from Su Xiaolan. Empyrean god soaring phoenix was the embodiment of all of the heavenly gods on the battlefield. Not only had it accidentally killed an ally, but it didn't even get a chance to unleash its final trump card before it was slain by its enemy. Could it be any worse? Su Xiaolan's expression remained extremely calm as she basked in the scorching holy flame before everyone's respectful and admiring eyes. However, her expression changed slightly as she looked at the power of light that had dissipated halfway through its descent. Why was it that the final divine halos of divine, heaven stage, heavenly humans were all replicas of the paramount heavenly gods' divine halos, but there were no differences between the divine halos of the other paramount heavenly gods? What about divine halos of life, ocean, earth, and sky? She was pondering this question. Chapter 2111. Within the 10,000 spirits immortal sect of the kingdom of the 9 states, the auras of the 3 golden-furred, snow ghost beasts soared into the sky. Roar! Kill, 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 kill for the goddess of light! One of the golden-furred, snow, ghostly beasts stomped down on a black dragon that had been completely frozen by the power of extreme frost, shattering the layers of ice and flesh with a single stomp. Some of the more fragile parts of the beast were even shattered into ice shards. Junior disciple brother Xiao too! Xiao Zhe yelled in horror upon seeing this. It's all right, brother Xiao Zhe, I can still revive. Xiao Tu's heart was filled with warmth at the sight of the black dragon grieving for him. But I can't revive. Tears streamed down Xiao Zhe's face. What will I do if you leave? Xiao Tu! This was not a problem that he could solve. A blood-red cross suddenly leaped out of the snow ghost's glabella, forming 4 giant crosses in the 4 directions of the void, sealing both the space and the divine soul. It stared at Xiao Tu and Xiao Zhe with a sinister smile. Both of you must die. Xiao Tu had a bad feeling about this. It seemed like the difficulty of his revival had increased. These 4 crosses were imbued with the power of the heavenly gods, and they possessed the power to control everything. It's over, it's over, it's over. This was the first time Xiao Tu had felt like he was going to die in the face of death. The last time he had felt this was when he was facing the heavenly light goddess. The 2 black dragons had both thought that they were going to be the first ones to be dragged down. However, to their surprise, the battle between the snow maidens was even more intense and desperate. Boom! The golden first snow ghost beast moved like a bolt of golden lightning, perfectly evading the earth-shattering ice spell techniques unleashed by Shangguan Yi before crushing the snow tribe Great Empress body with a single punch. The Great Empress threw up a mouthful of blood as she flew through the air, and her body transformed into countless snowflakes before disappearing. In the next instant, she appeared on a mountain tens of thousands of meters away. However, to her surprise, a frost power trap had already been set up there. The power of frost suddenly erupted and froze her body solid. Her exquisitely beautiful features and panicked expression both froze in place at this moment. The Great Empress of the Snow Tribe would be sealed in ice. This was a massive humiliation, and no one would dare to believe it. However, it had really happened now. This was the complete suppression of the power of cold. The snow ghost beasts had the highest authority to control the power of ice and snow. They controlled all ice and snow laws and were truly at the level of a heavenly god. They were the true rulers of ice and snow. A golden-haired figure suddenly appeared behind the Empress. It was the ghoul beast with the halo above its head. The ghoul beast smiled and said in a hoarse voice, "The strongest cultivator of the Snow Clan? That's all there is to it. Great Empress." Shangguan Yi rushed toward the snow ghost beast with a panicked expression. The snow ghost beast didn't even spare Shangguan Yi a glance as it viciously stabbed its claws toward the frozen Great Empress. "No!" Shangguan Yi yelled as she slashed her ice saber through the air toward the snow demon beast at an extremely fast speed. However, she was still too slow. In the blink of an eye, the snow ghost beast's sharp claws pierced through the ice and the Empress's delicate body. Only then did Shangguan Yi's ice slash land on the snow ghost beast's body, but it only left a small gash on its body. It didn't even tremble in the face of this degree of injury. "Piss off, trash. I'll deal with you later." The snow ghost beast extended a palm toward the oncoming Shangguan Yi, and a boundless frosty power imbued with the power of the paramount laws of ice crashed into Shangguan Yi's body, sending her flying through the air as she threw up a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was instantly frozen solid, rendering her completely powerless. Shangguan Yi tumbled to the ground and propped herself up with great difficulty as she looked up at the frozen Great Empress. The ice around the Great Empress was finally broken, and a disheveled Great Empress with several bloody holes on her body appeared. She flew back in retreat, but the golden snow ghost beast was still chasing after her with a sinister smile on its face. Its sharp claws transformed into crimson saber projections as it sliced through the Great Empress attacks and closed the distance between them in a frenzy. It looked like it was trying to kill her on the spot. After battling for so long, Shangguan Yi and the Great Empress were both completely exhausted. However, the snow ghost beast was still full of energy, and this put the 2 women in a dire situation. Shangguan Yi struggled to her feet before charging toward the snow ghost beast again. "You still don't know what's good for you." The snow ghost beast unleashed another vicious slap toward Shangguan Yi. Ice and snow imbued with extreme frost intent exploded forth, sending Shangguan Yi flying again. The Great Empress immediately took advantage of this opportunity to attack Shangguan Yi. Instead of retreating, she materialized a holy ice sword in her hand and instantly stabbed the ice sword into the snow ghost beast's chest like a bolt of lightning. Die! The Great Empress unleashed her frosty divine Tao with all her might, and her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with determination as boundless blue frosty divine Tao flowed through the wound and spread throughout the snow ghost beast's body. Crack! The snow ghost beast suddenly gripped the ice sword tightly in its paws. The Great Empress faltered for a moment before she saw the horrifying smile on the snow ghost beast's face. Immediately afterward, her frosty divine Tao was suppressed by an extremely pure frosty power. Not only that, but the frosty power also flowed along the blade of her sword and into her body. The Great Empress wanted to run away, but she discovered that her hand had already been frozen solid by the frosty power that was crawling up the ice sword. Rip! Blood splattered through the air as the Great Empress severed her own arm. The snow ghost beast was slightly taken aback by her decisiveness. At this moment, the Great Empress had already taken advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat. Trying to run? Do you really think you can survive by running away? The snow ghost beast chased after the Great Empress with a sinister smile on its face. Let go of the Great Empress. Shangguan Yi roared in rage as she charged toward the snow ghost beast again. Her entire body exuded a frosty aura that was powerful enough to freeze heaven and earth. 8th stage ice god, heavenly frost palm. She clenched her slender fingers together and raised her palm, preparing to strike the snow ghost beast before her. The snow ghost beast suddenly turned around and instantly pulled out the ice sword that was still embedded in its body before stabbing it into Shangguan Yi's heart, pinning her to the snowy ground. Its speed was even faster than Shangguan Yi's attack. How could it be so powerful? Countless drops of icy blue blood splattered through the air. Shangguan Yi's body had been punctured, and she was unable to unleash her full power. She could only stare with wide eyes at the snow ghost beast with incredulity in her eyes. The snow ghost beast grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. I've always been like this. You're the ones who have become weaker. This was the most despairing thing for Shangguan Yi. They had been battling for almost an entire day and night and had used up all of their pills. In the end, they were still unable to escape the fate of being completely exhausted. However, these snow ghost beasts seemed to never tire, and they were still in their prime. Also, the most important point, the snow ghost beast stared at the woman who had been pinned to the ground by the ice sword, and countless sharp icicles appeared in the air. You dare to compete with me in ice and snow? Don't you know that I'm a god in this field? It should be fun to die at the hands of the power that you're most proficient in, right? The snow ghost beast chuckled with mockery in its eyes as countless icicles descended with absolute killing intent. Chapter 2112. Shangguan Yi stared at the descending icicle and tried to struggle free with all her might, but the ice sword that had pierced into her chest had already been frozen solid. She was completely unable to struggle free and could only look on as the icicle fell upon her. Right at this moment, the Great Empress, who was riddled with wounds, appeared in front of her and spread open her arms. Countless ice shards hurtled toward her, but the Great Empress was like a massive boulder that shielded her from the wind and rain. One ice shard after another was blocked by the Great Empress Divine Tao, but there were also ice shards that pierced through her Divine Tao and into her body. Before she knew it, blood had already stained her entire imperial robe. No! Tears welled up in Shangguan Yi's eyes upon seeing this. Ice matriarch, run! The Great Empress gritted her teeth, and even in the face of the relentless onslaught of ice shards, she still managed to conjure up a burst of frosty divine Tao behind her to melt the sword in Shangguan Yi's chest. However, the sword was not completely melted. A purple spear of ice suddenly flew toward her, piercing through the great Empress' protective divine Tao and pinning her body to the ground. The snow ghost beast's sinister face appeared before her again. So you care about her that much? That's killing two birds with one stone. Its claws began to glow with a red light as it made its way toward the great Empress. It turned to Shangguan Yi as it spoke, and its smile widened. Did you know? You're hated by the heavens, and you're going to suffer for the rest of your life. Not only that, but everyone around you will also suffer misfortune along with you. Shangguan Yi's mouth gaped open upon hearing this, and a conflicted and pained expression appeared on her face. No, Ice Matriarch, don't believe it. It's spouting nonsense. She didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before a crimson claw suddenly pierced through her lower abdomen and exited through her back, upon which she let loose a pained moan. See that? Your great Empress is being tortured because of you. The snow ghost beast chuckled as it looked at the pained and remorseful Shangguan Yi. For some reason, it instinctively wanted to torture Shangguan Yi. Look at what the snow maidens have become ever since you joined them. They've lost their homes, and they've even been forced to join their former enemies and risk their lives for the sake of the human race. No, it's not like this. The Empress shook her head continuously. Did I allow you to speak? With a flick of the snow ghost beast's finger, the red ray pierced through the Empress's throat. Fresh blood splattered all over the snow-white ground, accompanied by an extremely painful groan. Shangguan Yi's pupils contracted as she desperately tried to break free. However, the snow demon beast wasn't going to let her do as she pleased, and it continued to reinforce its restraints. Look at the 4-9 Immortal sect that you've joined. It's currently being hunted down by 3 heavenly gods. After I kill you, I can continue to kill them. None of them would survive, and their fates are all because of you. It was your arrival that brought misfortune to them. Someone like you is constantly bringing destruction and disaster to others. Anyone who stays by your side will never have a good ending. How do you even have the face to live until now? The snow ghost beast's words were like sharp knives stabbing into Shangguan Yi's chest as it enunciated each and every word. Shangguan Yi's expression faltered upon hearing this. She looked at the 2 frozen black dragons, then at Dongfeng Zhuangshi and Lil Huang, then at the great Empress who was on the brink of death, and her heart throbbed with pain. She was right. She was already so unlucky, so why didn't she give up? Why did she still want to join everyone's lives? Someone like her shouldn't be here. The snow ghost beast became even more elated at the sight of Shangguan Yi's pained expression. It was as if the heavenly Tao was supporting its decision. It pulled its sharp claws out of the great Empress' abdomen before continuing to slice off her legs. The great Empress gritted her teeth as excruciating pain coursed through her entire body. She was unable to make any sound from her punctured throat, but she still managed to transmit her voice with great difficulty. Ice Matriarch, don't listen to its words. We're following you out of our own free will. I believe that the people of the 4-9 Immortal sect also truly like you. They don't despise you at all. Shangguan Yi bit down on her lower lip, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the great Empress, who had been tortured beyond recognition. You don't despise me, but I despise myself. I really want to have friends, and I really want to live happily with everyone. I'm also working hard, working harder than countless others. The great Empress spoke in a quiet voice, and there are already traces of tears on her face. But what can I do? Reality is like this. Everything that happens to me is unfortunate, and the friends around me will also encounter misfortune. I have never brought them peace and happiness. Do I really deserve to stay by their side? Just like right now. You've all become like this, but I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I hate who I am right now, and I don't want to continue like this. Shangguan Yi's voice was very soft, but each and every word seemed to be dripping with blood. The great empress didn't know how to comfort Shangguan Yi. Shangguan Yi had already proven herself to be unlucky. This was something that no one could deny. Hence, the great empress knew that normal words of comfort could have the opposite effect. Right at this moment, a sharp pain shot through her arm. The snow demon beast had already severed her arm, and her body was pinned to the ground. Even her vision was beginning to blur. She was about to die, but she was still thinking about how to comfort Shangguan Yi. The great empress of the Snow tribe couldn't help but smile as she turned to look at Shangguan Yi with a reluctant expression. Ice matriarch. Xiao Ying has to go first. At this moment, the snow demon beast also felt like the great empress was about to die. It had tortured her so many times, and it was time to put an end to her. Release her. A weak voice that sounded like a raving could be heard. The snow demon beast's claws paused in midair, and it cocked its head to the side as it looked at the frozen woman. Release her, the woman continued. Oi, did I hear that right? The snow demon beast chuckled. What are you thinking? You want me to release her? What right do you have to order me around? You must be in a lot of pain. Don't worry, I'll release you after I kill her. The snow demon beast was in a very good mood. It stabbed its claws toward the great empress as it spoke. I said, I told you to release her. An enraged roar erupted like the roar of snow and ice. A ball of blue energy exploded forth, instantly freezing the snow demon beast's body in place. The explosion was like a massive blue snow lotus blooming between heaven and earth. Frosty energy soared into the heavens and froze heaven and earth in that instant. Chapter 21:13. The snow demon beast was struck by an unprecedented frosty power. It raised its claws, which were meant to end the great empress' life, but they were unable to descend. An indescribable sense of horror engulfed the snow demon beast's entire body. At the very center of the blossoming blue snow lotus, there was an exquisitely beautiful woman hovering in midair. Her eyes had turned an icy blue color, and the divine seal above her head suddenly cracked open before disappearing. In its place was a boundless, terrifying aura. There was an inky black rift in front of Shangguan Yi, within which was boundless chaos. Just like that, she wielded the ice sword and slashed at the crack. Heaven splitting. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had just been created. Boundless light erupted from the rift, giving everyone the impression of boundless chaos and nothingness. Boundless laws and matter suddenly surged forth. This was an extremely mighty and incomprehensible moment. The woman was bathed in a peculiar divine light, and she was like a proud and arrogant goddess who ruled over everything. There was already a large world, but in that instant a brand new world was born from the blade of her icy blue sword. The three golden-furred, snow ghostly beasts were all dumbfounded. They had been able to maintain their composure despite being assaulted by the cold, but they were completely stunned by the sight of a woman using an ice sword to open up a new world. Opening up a new world, that was something that only a god of creation could do. Could it be that a Tao integration stage, Snow Maiden, had suddenly progressed to the god of creation stage? God of creation stage beings were no match for Dubai. Even on the Tai Chu continent, where there were countless powerful beings, god of creation stage beings were extremely rare. They were legendary beings that would only appear once every million years. Once a god of creation stage being appeared, they could easily rule over an entire region and dominate an entire tribe. And now, one of them had suddenly appeared right before their eyes. Be asterisk starred. Why are you spouting nonsense? Why don't you just take care of her as soon as possible? The golden snow demon beast that was torturing Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu roared with rage at the snow demon beast before Shangguan Yi. The snow demon beast before Shangguan Yi shuddered. Weren't you torturing those 2 black dragons as well? It was just that I was unlucky. Snow howled through the air. The sky turned frosty. Shangguanyi's aura continued to climb explosively as her aura became more and more powerful. Her snow priestess robe fluttered in the wind, and she appeared like a holy lotus blossoming between heaven and earth. Her body glowed with a blue and white divine light. Her bones were made of jade, her skin was made of ice and snow, and her body was imbued with the heart of creation. I am the ruler of ice and snow. A clear and ethereal voice resounded throughout the world. At this moment, the unique snowstorm crazily expanded for millions of li. The entire Wind Plain state was engulfed by this strange snowstorm. The extreme cold brought about by the snow ghost beasts was forced back by the snowstorm. They were all creatures that were forced to a dead end by the disastrous snowstorm. Experts were curled up in a corner, struggling to survive. Suddenly, he felt a gust of warm wind, blowing away the coldness and pain in his body. Heavy snow was still falling from the sky, but every snowflake was shining with golden light. A man stretched out his trembling hand and caught a few snowflakes. The snowflakes melted in his palm, and suddenly a warm current flowed into his body from his palm, warming his entire body. This made him incomparably surprised. This is warm snow? The ice and snow covering the bodies of countless frozen creatures began to melt. One after another, living beings with strong life force began to awaken. They looked at the warm snow falling before their eyes with a dazed expression. Their memories were still stuck in the despair and terror they felt before the disaster struck. However, all of this seemed to have been soothed by the warm snow. At this moment, everyone's perception of snow had been completely refreshed. This snow actually had the ability to heal people's hearts. Crap. Our extreme cold energy has all been driven out of the kingdom of the 9 states. One of the golden snow ghost beasts exclaimed in shock. It must be that snow maiden. How the hell is she able to do this? She's been able to drive out the extreme cold energy that we've been preparing for so long on her own. How is this possible? Even the snow has become warm. Is this still snow? The golden snow ghost beast was both shocked and enraged. Shangguan-Yi made a divine seal and stared calmly at the snow ghost beasts before her. She was very unfortunate, but in her heart, she really hoped that this world would accept her and that her friends and companions would like her. At the very least, when she had the power, she wanted to do everything in her power to protect the people around her. She wanted to do everything in her power to warm the hearts of all those who were suffering in this world. This was why the world was filled with warm snow, because of the constant loss, because of the constant suffering, and because of the acceptance and tolerance of her friends. She loved this world more than anyone else. I am the Ice Matriarch. I call the shots on all the ice and snow in this world. The snow can be whatever I say it should be. All of the snow ghost beasts and the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators were astonished upon hearing this. She had used the calmest voice to say the coolest words. Shangguan-Yi had done it. Holy F***CK, this woman sure is arrogant. She's not in the right state. We can beat her if we attack together. The 3 golden snow ghost beasts exchanged a meaningful glance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They transformed into 3 streaks of golden light before attacking Shangguan-Yi from 3 different directions at the same time. Shangguan-Yi stabbed her slender hand into the air and pulled out a snowy white divine staff constructed entirely from ice and snow before instantly appearing before the snow ghost beast that was torturing the great empress. So fast! The golden snow ghost beast's expression shifted drastically, but it also reacted in the shortest time possible. The power of extreme frost instantly burst forth as its claws transformed into crimson projections that pierced toward different vital spots on Shangguan-Yi's body. However, right at this moment, it suddenly felt like its movements had slowed down, as if it were moving in slow motion. An unimaginable burst of extreme frost enshrouded its body and seeped into its bones. The sky turned inky black. The earth turned pale white. The space it was situated in became an indestructible deep blue. Impossible. This is impossible. How can this power of extreme frost be so powerful? How can it even force back my powers of the heavenly gods? An expression of shock and horror appeared on the snow ghost beast's face. Its body had already been frozen to the point where it couldn't even move. At this moment, its head had already been trampled viciously by a foot. Boom! The golden snow ghost beast was stomped into the ground, and its head was almost split open like a watermelon by the power of extreme frost. It tried to resist, but the bottom of the snowy white divine staff had already punctured its heart like a sharp spear. The terrifying power of extreme frost surged through its entire body in that instant, destroying its bodily functions in a frenzy. This scene was extremely similar to what had happened to the great empress. "Didn't you say you're the ruler of ice and snow?" Shangguan looked down at the trembling snow ghost beast beneath her feet with a pair of merciless eyes. "What about now? Why aren't you using your ice and snow to attack me?" Chapter 21:14. Why wasn't she using ice and snow against her? The golden snow demon beast almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Did it not want to use ice and snow? That wasn't it. It was because it couldn't use ice and snow at all. The strength of the woman in front of it was too terrifying. Before the battle had even begun, she had already firmly controlled all the ice and snow energy in the surroundings. With its strength, it did not even have the right to use ice and snow in front of this woman. At this moment, the other two golden snow demon beasts with divine halos above their heads also pounced toward Shangguan Yi. One of them stabbed its sharp claws toward Shangguan Yi's heart, while the other summoned the power of evil spirits within its body and slammed its palm toward Shangguan Yi's face. However, just as they closed in on Shangguan Yi, their movements suddenly became extremely sluggish, just like the previous snow demon beast. The extremely low temperature and the power of ice and snow caused the space around them to be frozen solid, and even time itself seemed to have slowed to a crawl. The other two golden snow demon beasts had already learned their lesson, and they immediately summoned all of their powers to defend themselves against the onslaught of the power of ice and snow, thereby minimizing the effects of Shangguan Yi's domain. Die. The golden snow demon beast had already stabbed its sharp claws toward Shangguan Yi's heart. Even though it was being restricted, its speed was still extremely fast, enough to crush the vast majority of Dao integration stage super mighty figures. A ripple flashed through Shangguan Yi's icy blue eyes, but she still stood on the spot, as if she couldn't evade in time. Right at this moment, the golden snow demon beast's sharp claws had already punctured Shangguan Yi's body. "Ha ha ha, you're dead." The golden snow demon chortled with glee. Right at this moment, the other golden snow demon beast had already charged toward it with hundreds of millions of evil spirits imbued in its palm. An extremely sinister power of ice and snow swept through the air within a radius of over 500 kilometers, and the wails of ghosts and wolves filled the air, making it feel as if it had been plunged into a realm of ghosts and demons. Shangguan looked up with a cold expression and made a grabbing motion with one hand. The golden snow demon beast was a little perplexed. However, in the next instant, the space around it suddenly cracked open, and the aura of an alternate world surged through the air. 9 ice swords imbued with the purest power of ice and snow appeared from different directions before stabbing toward the snow demon beast at the same time. Everything happened far too quickly. Before it could even unleash a palm strike, its body was pierced through by the 9 ice swords, nailing it to the ground. Just the cold energy released by the swords was enough to freeze the energy it had yet to unleash in its palm strike. Ice calamity, 9 divine punishments. Shangguan spoke in a cold voice. Immediately after, The snow ghost beast seemed to have suffered some extremely terrifying torture. It screamed at the top of its lungs, completely losing the arrogance it had before. The snow ghost beast's sharp claws were still in Shangguan Yi's body, and fear welled up in its heart upon seeing this. How could such a lively woman look like she had her heart pierced through by him? It could not help but stare at the place where its sharp claws had pierced. Sure enough, there was no blood on the wound, only a pile of snowflakes. Shangguan Yi immediately froze the part of her body that was about to be attacked into ice and snow. So the reason why she did it was the snow ghost beast was shocked. It wanted to pull out its claws, but found that they were already frozen and could not be pulled out at all. This scene was so similar. It was just about to emulate the great empress of the Snow tribe by severing its arm in an attempt to survive. However, Shangguan Yi's slender fingers were faster than it, and they clamped around its neck in the blink of an eye. An irresistible cold energy began to spread from its neck to its entire body. This cold energy was far too terrifying. It was so powerful that it had completely exceeded the snow ghost beast's imagination. The power of ice and snow that it had always been so proud of, the power that could control all laws of ice and snow, was nothing more than a joke in the face of this terrifying cold energy. How could this be? How could she be so powerful? The snow ghost beast knew that this was the essential cold energy of a god of creation. However, the power of the heavenly Tao shouldn't be much different from the essential power of a god of creation. How could the three of them be crushed to such a state even when they joined forces? This didn't make any sense. However, it suddenly recalled Shangguan Yi's other identity. The heavenly Tao abomination, if a person was too powerful and posed a huge threat to the heavenly Tao, or if they had inflicted severe damage to the heavenly Tao, they would become a heavenly Tao abomination. Chan Chen of the heaven-crushing sect had become a heavenly Tao abomination when he was cultivating in the innerverse. In order to avoid being plagued by bad luck, he had to forcefully minimize his presence in order to conceal himself. Could it be that Shangguan Yi was the same type of person as Chin Chin? Just as this thought was running through its mind, Shangguan Yi had already clamped its neck between her fingers, and it crashed viciously into the ground. Boom! Snow and ice exploded. The earth caved in. The snow ghost beast had already been frozen solid, and its body was extremely fragile in the face of Shangguan Yi's attack. Its body was almost torn into pieces, and it wailed in agony. A world of frost and snow. Frosty winds howled. Heaven and earth were still in an uproar. However, everyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect felt as if heaven and earth had become extremely quiet. What could they do? Everything that was unfolding before their eyes was simply too astonishing. The three heavenly snow ghost beast gods that had given them a lot of pressure and a sense of peril had all been subdued by Shangguan Yi. Is pavilion leader Shangguan Yi really that powerful? San Yilua was astonished. In his heart, heavenly gods were extremely terrifying beings. Aside from his idols, and Lin and Su Xiaolan, no one in the sect could challenge a heavenly god on their own. However, Shangguan Yi had just taken on 3 heavenly gods at once. Su Qianyun blinked her large eyes. That commotion just then. I felt as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Could it be that she has progressed to the god of creation stage? I don't know. I've never seen a god of creation transcending a tribulation. Woof! Dabai wagged his snowy white tail as he admired Shangguan Yi in the distance. She's the reincarnation of the ice matriarch. She's only recovered her strength in a dire situation, so she probably doesn't need to transcend a tribulation. Xiao too spoke with an envious expression. Master is really amazing. Even the women you brought back are all amazing. Xiaoza started to flatter him excitedly. It was no secret among the higher-ups of the 4-9 Immortal sect that Shangguan Yi was the reincarnation of the ice matriarch. However, she still managed to stun everyone when she displayed her insane power. She didn't kill the 3 snow ghost beasts first. Instead, She used her frosty power to freeze and strip away their energy before torturing them to the point where they wailed in agony. She made her way over to the great Empress, who only had her torso and limbs left, and embraced her tightly as she sobbed. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've made you suffer." Chapter 21:15. A smile appeared on the great Empress' face as she looked at Shangguan Yi, who was clearly terrifyingly powerful, but was still acting like a little girl. "What are you talking about? Why are you apologizing? There's no such thing as suffering. You're the one who saved everyone's lives. But if it weren't for me, none of this would have happened." Shangguan Yi was filled with self-blame. The great Empress' heart ached even more upon seeing this. Shangguan Yi had always been an unlucky person, and she would always take any misfortune that befell those around her as her own fault. There was once a sect disciple who accidentally fell into a cesspool while squatting in the toilet and fell ill from the poison. Shangguan Yi felt that it was her fault, and she even volunteered to take care of that disciple for a period of time out of guilt. How could anyone not feel sorry for a woman like her? However, it was exactly because Shangguan Yi loved the entire world and treated everyone with kindness that so many people were willing to accept her even though they knew that she would bring bad luck. Pavilion Leader Shangguan, you're so awesome. Our 4-9 Immortal Sect is so proud of you. From now on, I have another goddess. Pavilion Leader Shangguan Yi, I love you to death. Tui, how can you talk to our High Priestess like that? High Priestess, we'll follow you forever. A series of cheers drew Shangguan Yi out of her self-recrimination. You guys! She turned around to discover that all of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members were looking at her with genuine and grateful smiles on their faces as they waved excitedly at her. Sister Shangguan Yi, help us beat up those B***-starred snow ghost beasts. You're a hero of our 4-9 Immortal Sect from now on. Don't forget to ask Sect Leader and to reward you with treasures after we get back to the sect. All of the elders and disciples spoke excitedly, and their sincere and youthful smiles made Shangguan Yi feel even warmer than the snow falling from the sky. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. Tears welled up in Shangguan Yi's eyes, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. Some things couldn't be changed, but she was very happy to have such a group of adorable and sincere friends. Their actions were the true motivation for her to stay true to herself. It's great that I've met all of you, and it's great that I've joined the 4-9 Dreams Immortal Sect. Shangguan Yi hid her gratitude in the depths of her heart as she used her essential frost power to reform the great Empress limbs and stabilize her injuries. Only then did she turn her attention to the 3 heavenly gods. Being stared at like this, the 3 snow ghost beasts felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if a great terror was about to descend upon them, even though they had already been tormented quite badly. The snow ghost beast that had been taunting and torturing Shangguan Yi and the Great Empress was the most panicked of all, even though it was already being tortured by the terrifying power of frost. There was no telling what else was going to happen next. It needed time to break free from the suppression. Thankfully, Shangguan Yi didn't walk toward it. Instead, she walked toward another snow ghost beast. It's all over. Shangguan Yi looked at the snow ghost beast, which had been impaled into the ground by the 9 ice swords. She pressed her palm against its head, and a black frosty aura began to emanate from her palm. Wherever the cold air passed through, everything seemed to become lifeless and lifeless. Eventually, the black cold air covered the body of the golden first snow ghost. Ice of finality, origin, severance. The golden first snow ghost was engulfed by the cold air, and its expression froze in horror. Then its aura completely disappeared, as if it had been pulled into another dimension, or as if it had been transformed into a painting. Just like that, it was sealed in ice. It had no heartbeat, no vitality, no energy, and everything had been stripped away by the black, frosty aura. In the end, a crisp crack sounded, and its divine halo also disintegrated into specks of light before disappearing from heaven and earth. The other two golden fur snow ghost beasts looked on in shock. Dead. A heavenly god had been frozen to death. Just like that? From their perspective, Shangguan killing a heavenly god was no more difficult than killing a pig. This was a very similar scenario. Back then, the golden fur snow ghost beasts had also thought that their power of ice and snow was invincible, and they had wanted to use Shangguan Yi's most proficient power of ice and snow to torture and kill her. However, reality was always so dramatic. In that desperate situation, Shangguan Yi transformed into a god of creation who could control essential power and use the power of ice and snow that the snow ghost beasts were most proficient in to freeze them to death. This was a massive humiliation to the heavenly gods. The snow ghost beast that had been nailed to the ground by the divine staff struggled and roared as it glowered at Shangguan Yi. "Ah, I won't let you get away with this. You be *TCH. Jinx, I'm going to eat you." Shangguan Yi's exquisite features remained expressionless upon hearing this. In reality, she had heard many more hurtful words than this in her life, so these words were completely ineffective against her. Ice of eradication, origin, severance. A black, frosty aura burst forth from her palm again. The frosty aura spread throughout the snow ghost beast's body and completely annihilated the snow ghost beast that had been hurling insults at her without any hesitation. After killing two heavenly gods in quick succession, Shangguan Yi continued onward toward the third heavenly god, the snow ghost beast. An expression of shock and horror appeared on the golden fur snow ghost beast's face. Each and every step that Shangguan Yi took was like a death knell for its life. Don't come any closer." The snow ghost beast struggled to retreat. "So even you can be afraid?" Shangguan Yi was still closing in on it. She extended a palm toward the snow ghost beast and was about to unleash her final attack. Right at this moment, the golden fur snow ghost beast suddenly cackled sinisterly as it sprang up like a spring, leaving a golden afterimage in its wake as it pounced toward Shangguan Yi. "Die!" Its sharp, crimson claws stabbed toward Shangguan Yi's forehead. It turned out that it had already taken advantage of this period of time to break free from the power of frost, and was waiting for Shangguan Yi to close in on it. This was the perfect moment for it to unleash a counterattack. Its speed was unmatched, and it was going to turn the tables in an instant. Shangguan Yi didn't have enough time to react. So what if the ice matriarch was powerful? Speed was the only thing that was unbeatable in this world. No matter how powerful an opponent was, they could still turn the tables as long as they had an opening. The snow ghost beast analyzed the situation in the blink of an eye, and it was elated to see that it was in a much more stable situation. "Freeze!" Shangguan Yi uttered. Whoosh! A peculiar energy, fluctuation, proliferated forth. The golden fur snow ghost beast suddenly froze in midair, and its claws were only an inch away from Shangguan Yi's smooth, white forehead before they completely stopped. To put it more accurately, everything within a certain range had stopped. This was not the kind of stillness that came with spatial imprisonment. Instead, even time seemed to have stopped at this moment. This was the true power of time and space. The golden fur snow ghost beast's heart jolted with shock. She was able to freeze time and space with just the essential power of frost? Just how powerful was this woman? Chapter 21:16. The golden snow ghost beast was in despair. Shangguan Yi's power was even more terrifying than it had imagined. Her fearsomeness made all of its schemes and unscrupulous attacks become nothing more than a joke. So what if it had grasped the perfect timing? So what if it was fast? All of its efforts had been rendered useless by a single word from her mouth. The golden snow ghost beast was filled with complex emotions at the sight of the woman who it had once been able to crush with a snap of her fingers, but now she could easily control its life and death. At this moment, a black, frosty aura had already enshrouded its body, and it was completely engulfed in darkness. Its divine halo suddenly shattered into countless specks of light. The final heavenly god, rank, snow, ghost, beast, finally fell. A faint smile finally appeared on Shangguan Yi's face after she had slain 3 heavenly gods in a row. She looked around at the snow-covered ground, where there were shattered mountains, frozen rivers, severed limbs, and mangled bodies littered the ground, and spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. It was an extremely gruesome scene, but everything had already calmed down amid the howling wind and snow. The black-furred snow ghost beast had already been slain by Su Qianyin, Tang Shimin, Yiling, and the others. All of the enemies had been slain. Shangguan Yi closed her eyes to sense the frosty aura within a radius of several million kilometers. After confirming that the frosty aura had all retreated into the holy glacial lands, she opened her icy blue eyes again and looked up at everyone with a smile. "We've won this battle." Her words were like a gust of wind, and everyone could feel the warmth and joy in her voice. "We won. Did we really win?" All of the 10,000 spirits immortal sect disciples and elders were a little dazed. They had thought that this was a sure-death situation. 3 heavenly gods and an army of over 100 million snow ghost beasts. Just from looking at the enemy lineup, they could tell that they had no chance of survival. However, they had won due to the arrival of the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators. The 4-9 immortal sect really is a sect that can create miracles. They have saved our sect and protected the entire kingdom of the 9 states. An elder spoke with tears in his eyes. "We have witnessed a glorious victory." Standing on the bow of the Starfire battleship, Xianyuan Cheng leaned against the railing and looked down at the entire battlefield. His hands were trembling slightly from excitement, and only after long while did he heave a long sigh of relief. We finally won. I knew we would win." "Big brother, Cheng did a great job," Xiaohong said in a sweet voice as she stuck her head into Xianyuan Cheng's heart. "I don't think it's a big deal." Xianyuan Cheng smiled modestly. However, no matter how humble Xianyuan Cheng was, cheers continued to ring out on the battlefield for him. Xianyuan Cheng and Shangguan Yi were the most dazzling figures in this battle, so they were naturally cheered on by countless people. This was a tradition of the 4-9 immortal sect. If everyone felt admiration and envy, they could just shout awesome on the spot. Killing tens of millions of snow ghost beasts single-handedly prevented a large number of casualties and turned the tide of the battle. Another person became the first god of creation in the history of the 4-9 immortal sect, slaying 3 heavenly gods in quick succession and ending the battle. If news of this were to spread, the entire Tai Chu continent would definitely be shaken. The 4-9 immortal sect members began to clean up the battlefield, save the wounded, kill the dying snow ghost beasts, and collect the remains of the heavenly gods for burial. Shangguan Yi's aura quickly diminished, and her body swayed unsteadily as she fell backward. "Ice Matriarch!" The great Empress immediately appeared behind Shangguan Yi before wrapping her arms around her with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" Shangguan Yi pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired after forcefully recovering my power. I need to rest." "All right, you rest first." The great Empress nodded. "Now that we've destroyed the heavenly gods, I'm sure they won't have anything else up their sleeves in the near future." Shangguan Yi nodded before turning toward the west. "I wonder how Enlin and the others are doing. Did they win that battle? Even the heavenly earth god is dead, so they definitely won." "Don't worry, Ice Matriarch." The great Empress was very confident in Enlin, and a smile appeared on her face. "He's a little despicable, but he's still very reliable in times of need." Shangguan Yi burst into laughter upon hearing the great Empress' words. "That's right. He's a little despicable, but no one can do anything to him." She recalled how Enlin had swindled her of her spirit stones with frying pan dishes, and she couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Should she just ask Enlin to cook frying pan dishes for her for a month? No, that would be too easy on him. He had to cook for a year. in the westernmost region of the Tai Chu continent, in a place known as the Sky Realm. At the top of the realm was a boundless ocean. The ground was pristine and flawless, and the sky was as clear as a mirror. A gate that was 100,000 zhang tall stood there quietly, connecting the sky and the sea, emanating a mighty aura that was eternal and everlasting. Outside the gate, there was a gargantuan ship in the form of a pure, white crystal floating in midair. There was a heavenly human tribe united army of over 50 million, all of which were situated around the ship. This ship was known as the West Sea Sky Ark, and it was one of the trump cards of the West Sea United Army. Aside from the heavenly human tribe of the West Sea, no one else knew about this. However, Enlin and Lan Xiaoni were aware of this after their battle with the heavenly human egg. The heavenly human tribe united army of over 50 million was situated near the West Sea Sky Arkansas. Only by being near the West Sea Sky Ark would they be able to find some sense of security. The West Sea Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. The 4 heavenly gods had been completely annihilated by Lan Xiaoni. After that, Lan Xiaoni led the West Sea United Army in a ferocious counterattack, inflicting close to 10 million casualties on the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. They were pursued all the way until they reached the Western Heavenly Gate, where they finally began to retreat. Damn it, I'll remember this. A heavenly human tribe, great general, gritted his teeth. When our heavenly sea god returns, we're going to drown all of these sea monsters. What if it's Enlin? A female heavenly human tribe, great general, asked in response. Great General Simon shuddered upon hearing this, and a chill ran down his spine. He was at a loss for words. Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, and the paramount heavenly earth god, the heavenly earth god, had been slain by Enlin. This battle had already created a terrifying image in the minds of his enemies. His name alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the entire heavenly human tribe. Even if Enlin comes, we have to defend this place to the death. Simon took a deep breath before speaking in an extremely determined voice. However, right at this moment, in the air above them, above the boundless ocean, a tiny little head suddenly appeared. Chapter 21:17. Within the boundless, turbulent ocean, a small head suddenly appeared. As a heaven pioneer stage great general, they should have been able to detect this presence. However, this small head was enshrouded in a peculiar layer of ripples, which isolated all of its aura. To put it simply, this existence's strength far surpassed that of a heaven pioneer realm great general. By relying on its supreme authority to control all seawater, it was able to easily conceal its aura. Even a heavenly god realm existence would find it difficult to discover if they didn't pay attention. That's right, this small head had large blue eyes, an intricate nose, soft pink lips, and supple skin. She was the leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni. All of the heavenly human tribe living beings thought that she had retreated with her army. But in reality, she hadn't really retreated. Alliance leader Lan, can we really do this? At this moment, another head popped up from the ocean. This was a man with a pair of crimson eyes and a black horn on his head. He was Demon Lord Ling Gu, who was at the Dao integration pinnacle stage of the true demon tribe. Demon Lord Ling Gu was a little nervous. I feel like things are a little unstable. Should we call the army over and have them stall for time? Lan Xiaoni immediately shook her head upon hearing this. I can't do that. That ship is clearly a weapon of mass destruction. If a war were to break out, the Alliance would suffer extremely heavy casualties. I can't let them sacrifice so many lives. She was a decisive person, but that didn't mean that she was cold and disrespectful. After fighting alongside them for so long, she had already viewed the West Sea Alliance as her second home. But are we just going to break through the gate like this? Demon Lord Ling Gu's voice trembled. His domineering aura had completely disappeared as he was about to perform the most unimaginable feat in his life. He was going to break through the western heavenly gate, the core of the West Sea Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. This was clearly something that only a super mighty being could do. But they dared to break through the gate with just a few people. Lan Xiaoni stared at the glowing gate with a scorching light in her eyes. The paramount heavenly god of the western heavenly gate isn't here, and the 4 heavenly gods have been sealed away in the West Sea. This is the most vulnerable time for us. Are we going to miss out on this opportunity? Demon Lord Ling Gu gulped. That may be the case, but don't we still have over 50 million heavenly human tribe soldiers and a secret weapon? That's simple. I'll break down the door, and you'll hold them off, Lan Xiaoni replied. Demon Lord Ling Gu. How could it be so easy? I might think I'm bad *SS, but I don't think I'm bad *SS enough to take on an army of 50 million heavenly human tribe soldiers by myself. Demon Lord Ling Gu looked as if he had just eaten a black egg. I don't need you to defeat the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. All you need to do is stall for time and give me some time to unleash my power. Lan Xiaoni smiled. Demon Venerable Ling Gu really wanted to say that he could only last for 3 seconds at most. But out of the dignity of a male demon, it swallowed those words. High Priest Yufeiyu, is it time for us to strike? Lan Xiaoni turned to the side. A woman with a cold expression slowly poked her head out from the seabed with a crystal ball in her hand. In about 8 minutes, the stars and moon will be hidden, and the sun will rise in the east. That will be the best time to strike. However, you only have 2 minutes. If you don't succeed, you must retreat. All right, let's get ready. Lan Xiaoni nodded with an earnest expression. In order to ensure the success of this battle, she had brought High Priest Yufeiyu with her in order to use Yufeiyu's extraordinary divination techniques to predict the best time for them to strike. Aside from that, Lan Xiaoni had a secret that she couldn't tell anyone. Not long ago, and Lin had sent her a message using his jade pendant. The heavenly sea god wasn't completely trustworthy, and he could be weakened at any opportunity. After receiving this message, Lan Xiaoni thought to herself that the best way to weaken the heavenly sea god was to destroy the western heavenly gate. That would definitely be the best way to do so. With that in mind, she went ahead and did just that. She did indeed have the power to do so. Lan Xiaoni enveloped Yufeiyu and Demon Venerable Ling Gu with her heavenly water power and stealthily approached the western heavenly gate. Not long after that, they arrived directly above the western heavenly gate. They looked up at the majestic western heavenly gate, which exuded an aura that would last for eternity and never be destroyed, and all 3 of them were extremely moved. What a terrifying aura! Can we really destroy the gate? Demon Venerable Ling Gu was a little unsure of himself. Of course we can. Big Boss and Lin has already destroyed 2 gates, so why can't we? Lan Xiaoni encouraged Demon Venerable Ling Gu. And Lin isn't Lin, but we are us. He's the heavenly darkness god, so it's normal for him to be able to do this. But we, Demon Venerable Ling Gu, was still very flustered. Hee, I'm also the heavenly water god. Lan Xiaoni narrowed her beautiful eyes and said in a faint voice, furthermore, the method of destroying gates doesn't depend on how much power you have. Then what is it? Demon Venerable Ling Gu asked. Lan Xiaoni recalled what Lin had once told her, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It depends on the characteristics of the heavenly gods. This is something that Big Boss and Lin has learned from destroying 2 gates. The southern heavenly gate was of the darkness attribute, and Lin had already mastered the power of the heavenly darkness god, so he was able to destroy it. The northern heavenly gate was of the earth attribute, and it was so sturdy and indestructible that even Lin was unable to destroy it after unleashing his paramount power of darkness. However, Lin was able to easily destroy it using his power of mountains. What did this mean? As long as the power of the heavenly gods was of the same attribute as the heavenly gate, then there was a chance that they would be able to break through its defenses. The heavenly sea god was in charge of the western heavenly gate, and the heavenly gate was of the ocean attribute. As such, Lan Xiaoni's power of water definitely had a chance of breaking through the defenses of the heavenly gate. This was an important mission that only she could accomplish. Sorry, heavenly sea. I'm going to have to use the power of water that you gave me to cause trouble. A cold light flashed through Lan Xiaoni's eyes. You're the one to blame for trying to screw my big boss and Lin over. The two of them had once referred to each other as brothers, but they had finally reached the point where they had to stab each other in the back. The boundless ocean slowly flowed and converged upon Lan Xiaoni's body. Right at this moment, Yu Feiyu suddenly spoke. Let's go! The light of dawn appeared, and the stars and moon dimmed. The ocean in the sky suddenly fell like a silver river. This was a boundless waterfall. Boom! It was as if the entire world were roaring, and the great Tao of heaven and earth tremored violently. Countless heavenly human tribe cultivators who were still staring ahead were given a fright by the deafening sound. They turned around in a panic, and when they looked behind them, they discovered that the ocean hanging in the sky had already begun to pour down. It was as if doomsday had arrived. At the first light of dawn, a divine maiden descended from the sky with a massive heavenly water sword that was hundreds of thousands of meters in length. The sword glowed with a golden light as it slashed down viciously toward the pillar of the western heavenly gate. Chapter 21:18. Everything had happened far too abruptly. The heavenly human tribe living beings didn't think that Lan Xiaoni would return and bypass their defenses to break through the gate. They didn't even have time to react. The heavenly water divine sword that was imbued with supreme divine might, the waterfall of destruction that crashed down from the sky, and the exquisitely beautiful woman who was bathed in divine light wielding the divine weapon in her hand. At that moment, all of these factors combined to form an incomparably beautiful picture, causing the breathing of the tens of millions of heavenly human tribe members to slow down. Their first thought was, my God, Alliance Leader Lan really is here. She's so scary. Immediately afterward, a second thought appeared in their minds. The western heavenly gate was imbued with immortal energy, so there was no way she could break through it. Finally, a third thought appeared in their minds. Had Alliance Leader Lan gone insane? Was she trying to die here? Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The heavenly water divine sword struck the massive pillar of the heavenly gate, and countless heavenly human tribe members were dumbstruck as an extremely glaring crack appeared on the pillar. It was as if a disgusting thing had suddenly appeared on a flawless work of art, completely ruining its beauty. At this moment, an indescribable chill began to spread through all of the heavenly human tribe living beings' bodies. All of them realized something. Even something that appeared to be immortal and indestructible could be destroyed, and Lan Xiaoni really did have the ability to do so. Quick, stop her! Marshal Simon roared at the top of his lungs. We can't let her break through the western heavenly gate. Everyone surround her and kill her. Great General Connie also yelled. Tens of millions of heavenly human tribe living beings had already pounced toward Lan Xiaoni, even without any orders from the great generals. The heavenly gate was an extremely sacred place in their hearts, and no one was allowed to destroy it. They had to protect it, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Charge! Even if Alliance Leader Lan possesses top-rate heavenly god combat prowess, she definitely won't be able to outlast us. This is also an opportunity for us. Let's kill her here and avenge our fallen brothers. Die, die, die! All of the heavenly human tribe living beings unleashed one holy light after another toward Lan Xiaoni. However, all of their attacks were kept at bay by the waterfall falling from the sky. Let's break through the waterfall together. The 6 Heaven Pioneer Realm Marshals used a combined attack formation to condense a huge sword of holy light that was several hundred kilometers long. They slashed towards the falling waterfall and violently split the waterfall in half. Charge! All of the heavenly humans charged toward Lan Xiaoni without any hesitation. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni was already preparing to unleash a second strike. It really did work. I swear I won't return until I break through the heavenly gate. Egg-eating demon lord, I'll leave the rest to you. Lan Xiaoni yelled at the sight of the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, charging toward her. The moment demon Lord Ling Gu heard those words, he was on the verge of tearing up. This was AF King, lair of the heavenly human tribe. Don't you see so many marshals and generals? Not to mention the heavenly human tribe army of over 50 million. This was a place where even a dozen super mighty figures would be tortured to death. Show me what it's like when you ate 1 billion heavenly human eggs. Lan Xiaoni seemed to know that demon Lord Ling Gu was scared, and she immediately encouraged him. At this moment, a large number of heavenly human tribe powerful beings had already launched their second round of attacks. F***CK. Let's go. Demon Lord Ling Gu's eyes turned crimson, and he let loose a roar as boundless demonic energy erupted into the sky. He transformed into an ancient god-fiend over 100,000 feet tall with a pair of crimson sabers in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. All of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings' attacks landed on demon Lord Ling Gu's body, but they were all kept at bay by his thick skin. However, he didn't even have a chance to heave a sigh of relief before countless soul-piercing stage attacks swept toward him. The attacks from 1 or 2 soul-piercing stage generals were nothing more than tickles to him. But what about hundreds of soul-piercing stage mighty figures? It was like being stung by hundreds of poisonous mosquitoes. That was an extremely terrifying experience. Boom, boom, boom. Hell! Holy light exploded like numerous miniature nuclear warheads, mercilessly bombarding demon Lord Ling Gu's body, causing his skin to split open and his flesh to split open. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, and he was almost unable to withstand the overwhelming and boundless attacks before him. Demon Lord Ling Gu wasn't just acting as a meat shield. He let loose an enraged roar, and the pair of crimson sabers in his hands were imbued with boundless demonic energy as they slashed through the air, creating a storm of blades imbued with inky black demonic energy that clashed with the relentless onslaught of holy light. Demon Lord Ling Gu was a powerful being who was close to reaching the god of creation stage, so there was no heavenly human tribe powerful being present that could stand up to him. However, no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could stand up against the sheer number of enemies. Quantitative changes could also lead to qualitative changes. For example, Demon Lord Ling Gu's storm of blades was only able to last for a few seconds before it was broken again, upon which a vast number of attacks exploded upon his body. His flesh was torn open, and blood splattered through the air like rain. Thankfully, Demon Lord Ling Gu had a lot of stamina. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to last a second against these attacks. Are you done yet? Demon Lord Ling Gu wailed with anguish. There was another loud rumble. The massive pillar of the western heavenly gate was finally severed by Lan Xiaoni, and it crashed to the ground. Ah, charge! Kill her! All of the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, were enraged upon seeing this. They charged forward with all their might, even ignoring Demon Lord Ling Gu's attacks as they used their bodies and self-detonations to open up a path for the soldiers behind them. This fearless and tragic spectacle made the heavenly human tribe united army erupt with unprecedented momentum, and Demon Lord Ling Gu was beginning to feel overwhelmed. At this moment, one heavenly human tribe, powerful being after another, began to slip through the cracks. One heavenly human tribe, powerful being after another, passed by Demon Lord Ling Gu. Alliance Leader Lan, today is the day you die. Die. All of the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, attacked Lan Xiaoni. At this moment, a series of swords materialized from water suddenly descended from the ocean in the sky. These swords were extremely powerful and extremely accurate, puncturing the heads of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings that had slipped through the cracks. There are more enemies. There are more enemies. Look up there. It's the Tao integration stage, Yufeiyu of the West Sea Alliance. At this moment, a tall and slender mermaid with a cold and tranquil disposition appeared at the center of the ocean. Countless water swords materialized in the air above her, exuding terrifying might. All those who dare to attack Alliance leader Lan will be killed without mercy. She issued a threatening voice. Most of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings were surprised by her appearance, but they were completely unfazed by her threat and continued to charge forward with all their might. There was still one more pillar of the western heavenly gate, and they were determined to stop Lan Xiaoni from breaking through the gate. Even death would not be able to stop them. Right at this moment, a resounding boom erupted in the distance. An extremely dazzling, holy light suddenly erupted from a pure white crystalline battleship before flying into the sky. The 9 great awakening heavenly generals and over 10 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings were scattered throughout the battleship, injecting their energy into the battleship in a frenzy. West Sea Heavenly Arc, activate. Chapter 2119. The number 1 weapon of the West Sea Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had finally been activated. When Demon Venerable Ling Gu saw the sky ship that was several times larger than him and sensed the terrifying aura emanating from it, he felt even more uneasy. He was already having a hard time fending off the tens of millions of heavenly human tribe cultivators, and now they had to unleash their ultimate weapon. Countless holy light attacks exploded on his body. It was like a boss that was being attacked by hundreds of millions of soldiers. It had a lot of HP, but it was also constantly losing HP. It crazily waved its scarlet sword at the little soldiers in front of it. Its momentum was unparalleled, and each strike could kill more than 10,000 enemies. However, the little soldiers were endless and could not reduce the pressure it was facing. Yes, if this continued, it would be exhausted to death. Right at this moment, an unimaginable amount of heaven's power began to gather on the West Sea Sky ship. A shocking blue formation appeared on the back of the ship, and the surging ocean began to pour the power of the ocean into it. My dear Grandaunt, are you done yet? Demon Sovereign Ling Gu was drenched in cold sweat. I'm almost there. Hang in there a little longer. Lan Xiaoni materialized her heavenly water divine sword and struck another pillar with all her might, upon which many cracks had already appeared. I'm afraid that I can only hold on for a while, so hurry up. Demon Lord Ling Gu saw that the West Sea Sky ship had already extended its cannons at him. Heaven-breaking mad demon slash! He let out a roar and swung the scarlet saber in his hand towards the West Sea Sky ship. The pitch-black saber light extended for hundreds of miles, like an abyss that could split the sky and the ocean, and swooped towards the pure white crystal battleship. All of the heavenly humans along the way were killed. The warship did not dodge, and a crystal-like protective wall suddenly appeared around it. Rumble! The saber projection fell and struck the protective wall. A sharp screeching sound rang out, and the terrifying energy that contained a sliver of the Tao realm of a god of creation directly exploded, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. After the earth-shattering blow, Demon Lord Ling Gu's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? And scathed? Demon Venerable Ling Gu simply couldn't believe his eyes. His furious slash couldn't even break the defenses of the skyship? One had to realize that this technique was imbued with his most powerful heaven-crushing true intent, and it could even severely wound a heavenly god with a single slash. How strong was the defense of this skyship? West Sea Cannon, fire! The ethereal voice of an infinitely majestic god sounded. All the hair on Ling Gu's body stood on end at this moment. At this time, the muzzle of the giant cannon was already releasing a dazzling blue light. An earth-shaking roar rang out in the next instant. The dark blue energy cannonball was like a world-destroying spiral beam of light that came crashing down. Demon Venerable Ling Gu's expression changed drastically. He immediately crossed his sabers and charged forward. "Break for me!" He poured all of his power into the twin blades. The two sabers carried a top-notch sharpness, and when they slashed down, they also burst forth with a shocking black demonic chi, as if a demon god that could destroy the world wanted to split the sky along with it. Whoosh! The deep blue spiral light pillar was cut into two streams of energy in an instant. However, the energy of this shot was almost limitless. At this moment, Demon Lord Ling Gu felt as if he was contending against the boundless ocean. It was a battle to see if there was more water in the ocean or if he was stronger. Ah! Demon Venerable Ling Gu shouted loudly. The meridians on his arms bulged, and the twin blades trembled nonstop before cracking. Bam! His twin sabers exploded, and cannon fire rushed towards him. Heaven-crushing armor. Demon Lord Ling Gu immediately unleashed his most powerful defensive ability. A layer of golden armor that could even defend against a heavenly god's attack appeared over his body. Then, the dark blue cannon fire crashed into his body. In that instant, he felt as if he could feel the weight of the entire ocean. The boundless energy threatened to completely destroy him. Lan Xiaoni was still hacking at the pillar, and she had also noticed the urgent situation behind her. The massive body of the Fiend Celestial, over 100,000 feet tall, was like a mountain under the impact of the dark blue cannon fire, cutting off the boundless ocean that was surging toward her. She could only see the mighty black figure and the boundless blue energy seawater that had been sliced in half. Lan Xiaoni was a little touched at this moment. Demon Lord Ling Gu was already risking his life for her, so how could she slack off? Thus, she hacked at the pillar with all her might. The cannon fire continued to blast forward. Demon Lord Ling Gu's armor was shattered, and his flesh and blood were charred black. He was shocked by the fearsome power of the cannon fire. What he didn't know was that the heavenly human tribe was even more shocked by his power. Holy F***CK! Why hasn't he fallen yet? Impossible, this is impossible. Even a heavenly god would fall after taking that attack. There's no way he could last this long. My God, how could there be someone like this? It's over. We don't have any time left. All of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings were extremely astonished. The West Sea Cannon was their trump card, and each blast was imbued with the boundless power of the ocean. How could Demon Lord Ling Gu last so long? Was he still a human? Finally, the cannon barrel turned bright red, and the energy slowly dissipated. The West Sea Cannon's first blast had ended. Demon Lord Ling Gu was still standing before them like a mountain. His entire body was charred black, and smoke was rising from his body. His heaven-crushing armor was in tatters, and there was a massive hole in his chest. However, there was no blood flowing as all of his internal organs had been charred by the energy. Countless heavenly human tribe powerful beings were astonished by Demon Lord Ling Gu's wretched state. He was still able to stand after being reduced to such a sorry state? He was still able to stand before them? Is he still alive? A heavenly human tribe great general was filled with incredulity. However, before anyone had a chance to reply, Demon Lord Ling Gu suddenly opened his mouth. Your attacks, I'll take them all. Who else? An earth-shattering demonic roar pierced through the heavens. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, experienced what it meant to be a demonic beast for the first time. They knew that they couldn't fight, but they still refused to retreat. They were clearly at the end of the road, but their auras were overwhelming. This was a true demon. Even a demon lord at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was this terrifying. Just how terrifying was the paramount god of the demon tribe, Cyril, who was at the god of creation stage. Right at this moment, a resounding boom erupted as a divine sword fell. The massive pillar over 1,000,000 feet tall was sliced in half down the middle before crashing down onto the sky mirror. The final pillar of the western heavenly gate had finally fallen. At this moment, tens of millions of heavenly human tribe powerful beings were enraged. Demon Lord Ling-gu was ecstatic, and he almost wept tears of joy. He defended it. He finally defended it. He defended the heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, on his own. This was definitely an epic feat that would shock the entire Tai Chu continent. How do we escape now? Demon Lord Ling-gu was extremely excited. Don't panic. There are 2 more steps. I'll toss the pillar into the gate of 2 realms first, then destroy the passageway between the 2 realms, and we'll be able to escape. Lan Xiaoni spoke with great difficulty as she moved the pillar. Hang in there for a while longer. Demon Lord Ling-gu